And we are here, we are live. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Towers and Gods episode 60. We hit episode 60. That's pretty crazy. We are here for the people were betting when we'd be live. The 30 minutes, people, you win. So congratulations to you. It's not going to be a common recurrence. Some stuff happened on my side today, which rarely ever happens. We're rarely ever late, but you know how it is. So we are here. And thank you for joining us. If you're new to the series, this is Dungeons & Dragons Tower of God, and you're welcome to stick around, see how you like things. We have a playlist of all our other episodes here on the channel, and yeah, we're starting to wrap some things up here. It's pretty exciting stuff. Lies? Get out of here, guys. You know what? I'm not gonna read chat anymore. Y'all are banned. Not literally. For now, you better be careful. Light, I know Light is in the chat, and Light is pretty. Light is not. Light does not hesitate to use that ban hammer, so watch out. Okay, we are here with our amazing cast. We have Isaiah as Kunjong Se.
I just want to say, for everyone who lost that bet, please make the checks out to cashback05 at syndicate.com. Really appreciate all your donations, as they are mandatory, but we're going to call them donations because it sounds a little bit nicer.
Does sound a little nicer. Yeah. We have Milios as Brack Bronson.
As the water splashes, Andy Dufresne crawls through the poo-poo water and feces to come out on the other end of the tunnel to be splashed by the drizzling pool, as he is now a free man.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Real Sun Woo as Lophobia Woo.
What? For me, bro.
It's kind of unfortunate that you come after Milios. I know. I'm sorry. it's.
I'm so happy
neighbors
I go
are gonna come knock him. Oh my gosh.
All right, we have Hannah as Eden.
Hello, everybody. I don't have an intro to follow that up, but I do want to just give a special shout out. The Dr. Bonehead channel is at 74.9k subscribers. If you are not subscribed, do the YouTubey thingies, hit subscribe, get this man's up to a nice, comfy 75k subscribers.
Wow.
Hit that like button, hit the bell, do the YouTubey things, and show the stream some love.
Wow, thank you for that, Hannah. I promise I didn't pay her to do that. I promise. That was all Hannah.
Maybe you should.
Maybe you should. You're right.
You're a kid though, right?
I should. Thank you, Hannah. Appreciate that. And we have. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was saying, if you don't do that, I'll do an entire episode as Rachel.
Ooh.
So just watch out.
Wait, we don't want that though.
I can't.
Yeah. Leave a like,
Please,
guys.
please.
We need it. Come on.
Well, then subscribe, okay?
And we have other Joe as Damien Frog.
It's good to see you, chat. I have ascended across a brand new plane of existence. I have gained my one wing.
It's true.
And
You're
I
still
will
happy
never be a memory.
You're so happy about that. Yeah. It's a big milestone. Also, I want to shout out Daigura, and he said, luckily roses didn't turn into a train. That's actually such a good idea. I didn't even think about that.
We're all having a good time. Everybody's
Sorry.
laughing.
I know, it was
Why
kind of
do that?
uncalled.
Why go there?
I thought it was funny. I thought it was a little funny.
Well, you know what, Joe?
Oh.
I'd be curious about your sense of humor as a
You're just denying that it's funny. Because it hurts. I know. But we are here. Thank you all so much for joining us. Yeah, please leave a like, as Hannah said. I'd appreciate it. We'd all appreciate it if you supported the series. Lots of stuff today. Oh, yeah?
Speaking of supporting the series, we have some super chats and some gifted memberships if you want me to shout them out.
I would love to because I can't see them. So that'd be great.
Exactly. Let's go. All right. We have the sweet, lovely person who is always in the Discord and in the chat, Baguette, with 15 euros, saying this is definitely not a bribe to protect our poor NPCs.
Right. Okay, cool. So it's not a bribe. So I can do whatever I want to them then. Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Baguette. Appreciate that.
We have Master Gold with the $9.99 USD useless Sonic fact of the week. Sonic has 3 different English VAs: Roger Craig Smith for the games, Bim Schwartz for the movies, and Devin Mack Jr. for Sonic Prime on Netflix. And Roger Craig Smith is hilarious, and he's a joy to follow on Twitter if you're not following him.
Very talented.
All right. Master Gold for another $4.99. Joe, could you add Roses and H4's art to the drive just to check if they're not there?
Oh, are they not there? Well, I'm going to go check that right now. Thank you very much.
They'll be there soon.
They will be there soon.
You don't need to add H4, bro.
Oh, no.
There's no need. Damn.
Oh, and make sure books is in there.
Yeah.
That one's there.
Sure.
That one's there.
Okay, all right, cool,
Yeah.
cool.
Don't worry.
Carry on. Yeah.
And then we have the lovely Captain Saves a Hobo gifting 10 Dr. Bonehead channel memberships
Oh,
to
shoot.
Kevin, Lord of the Slimes.
Oh, my God.
Leo, Mon234 YouTube, Grimon, Master Gold,
Oh, wow.
Chrissy, Jorge, Tech, The Daily Life, and Killux.
Wow.
Let's go.
Thank you so much. I think
And-
it's the first time someone's gifted like 10 like that. That's awesome. So
That's
that's 10
so
more people who can
cool.
use Towers and Gods emojis. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
How
baby.
cool is that?
And then we also have Baguette, who joined as with a channel membership.
Shout out. Appreciate
And
that.
I think that's.
Okay.
Oh, we got Devlin too.
Oh, yeah. Devlin.
just joined
12
for
months.
10 months.
12 months.
He's
Thank
a
you so
whole
much.
year.
That's
He's a
insane.
whole
A year as a Towers and Gods fan. Shout out to you. Thank you so much.
And then we have Clout Strife here to support my favorite series. Super hyped for today's episode.
Aw, thank you, Cloud Strife.
Aw.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
I think
that.
that's everybody.
Okay.
Good to see you, Cloud.
It is good
No,
to
it's
see you,
Clout.
Clout. It's
Clout.
Clout Strife.
Clout. That's what I said.
Right. Okay. You're right. All right.
So it's Sepher Hype, Sepher Hype, and Clout Strife.
Sepher Hype.
Loud.
Pretty good. It's funny. That's a good one. That's a good one. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and get started here then. Major spoilers. Yep, that's true. For those of you who aren't caught up, but feel free to stick around at the same time if you want to see what the series is all about. Brief little recap on what happened last time. You all got to meet Kyrie, the Fallen Knight of Aesir, along with his subordinate Roses Have Thorns, at least the sort of true form of Roses. And after a series of struggles with Roses shapeshifting into all of your friends and enemies and all these different people, you were able to escape through the Xeno with the assistance, many assistances of a lot of people who have helped you earlier in your climb. Zushi and Brooke arriving, H1, escorting you to safety at the cost of her life. The H-series being destroyed, reaching the end, and fending off Kyrie yourself using your fate abilities. And then something happened. Victor got turned to stone, protecting the team from Kyrie's eye laser, so that's pretty interesting. And then Leaf, in a fit of rage, entered into the portal, chasing after Kyrie and Roses, all three of them vanishing. So, that's where we left off. Oh yeah, and a certain someone showed up at the end as well, strumming their cittern, so yeah. We're gonna pick up there. You got something to
Just
say?
like, this nice little backstory, it's fine. Son throwing his hands up.
Ugh. But we're gonna pick up there. So, you are all in that final room, the first room that you'd ever entered on this ship, the Xeno. Victor is in the exact same position that he was, a hand behind him as if to safeguard the team. He has turned into a totally gray coloration. Not a single crack that you can see. It's like a perfect statue. And the details are perfect as well. Down to all the little details, all the little features of his face and body. Leaf nowhere to be seen. Sil Young is present. And Cal and Hugo. All of them are there. Shion is there as well, just watching after everything that had happened. Let me do this. I'm just rearranging my OBS.
What's
This was
he
not
doing here?
He's not here.
What's he
That was an
doing here,
accident.
huh?
He's right next to the Shion image, and I was just rearranging them. Don't worry about it.
Lies.
Okay. There's just silence in the room. Smile, for probably like one of the first times, her mouth is quivering and she's holding Bool, who his flame at this point has been reduced to just embers across his wound. It's smaller than the wound at this point. Father, is that? And the smile is flickering and tears start rolling down her cheeks. And Fluxfalk, who is now conscious. Father. And after strumming his cittern, it vanishes. And after he closes his eyes, he like slowly opens them again. And he looks to where Bool is. And he slowly walks over to where she is holding Bool. He gets down on one knee. And there's a burst of light. And his body starts to get enveloped in light. You can look at my screen here. And he creates this energy in his hand. A halo appears above his head. And he puts his hand on Bool. Bool, who is struggling to breathe. He closes his eyes and you can see his chest slowly rising and falling. Is he? He'll be all right. And then the light disappears from him. Smile. Why don't you take him to his room where he can rest even more? Thank you, Father. Thank you. And she has the smile again as tears continue to roll down her cheeks, and she slowly picks Bool up and she looks at Fluxfalk, whose gaze has not changed from looking at Father, and then she leaves the room with Bool. And on the way out, for a moment, Hugo looks as if he's gonna take a step forward, but then he stops and then just looks back down. And as you gaze at Father, the feeling that you get from this individual is, it's a pressure. Now, when you first arrived on the second floor, you all felt a pressure from the rankers that you had seen. This is that pressure, but magnified by 10 times, 100 times. It's a significant pressure to the point where you're unsure if you can even speak. You know that you can, but should you? Can you? You have the potential to, but like in his presence, should you? It's like these conflicting feelings of fear and awe, just this aura that he gives off. And as he sees them, he sees Smile and Bool leave the room. He sighs. The boy on borrowed time. And he sort of looks down, and in his hands, the cittern appears again. And he slowly starts strumming it, as if lost in thought. After like 20 seconds, he plays one final note. It disappears again. And then he turns to the rest of you. And then he slowly bows. I sincerely apologize for everything you've been through today. Sincerely. And once he bows, Fluxfalk, her eyes wide, then turns and bows even lower than he is to all of you. The bow is not just to the 5 of you, it's also to Cal and Hugo and Silyoung, everyone who is in the room as well. Cal looks the most just like completely confused as to what's happening with all of this, but also feeling the pressure, of course.
Can I presume that it's over, then?
After a few...
This fight.
He slowly straightens himself. It's over. We were tricked. And he looks at Victor. And you paid the price.
What can I do?
He looks back up. We can talk. We can solve our problems by establishing what has happened so far. I believe you all deserve some answers, do you not? If you'd be so kind and permitting, I would like to ensure that the rest of Aesir is safe. I will be exploring the Xeno and ensuring that all of my other companions are all right. Would you mind if I returned in a few moments? He looks around as if waiting for an answer. Oh,
Is he still alive?
He looks back at Victor. There is hope for him, but I'll provide more details upon my return. If you'll excuse me. In the meantime, a bishop of Aesir will explain a little bit and keep you company. Sol, would you mind? And he looks back where he came from. And someone steps through the door. Oh my god. Let me play some music here. Okay. Sol slowly steps through the door, wearing the same outfit that you first met him in. Hello, everyone. He has that same cheesy grin. Good to see ya. And then Father, when you look back, Father is no longer there. It's as if he vanished. Xion just falls to her knees.
Of all the funds they gave us, you gave us Soul?
So you all fought Kyrie, huh? That couldn't have been easy, huh? I don't envy you there. But the fact that you were able to hold him off is an accomplishment in and of itself. We weren't, says Xion. We had to be rescued. And she bunches her fist into a ball. Still. If you don't mind. And he goes over and pulls up a chair from the nearby table where the cards were, and then sits back down. Leaf. Where is Leaf? Eden, Wu, where is she? What's
She
happening?
went through the portal. She's with them now.
She went through The fact that roses can do that is impressive. I think I might know why. And he kind of puts his hand on his chin. Yeah, that would explain it, huh? Interesting.
He's copying Cecil or Zygus.
Oh, you know Cecil?
He's the one that saved your ass on the linguist floor.
That's right. By the way, that spear you threw at me still kind of hurts a little bit. Back to punch. I hope there's no bad blood between us after what happened. You see, I actually didn't even realize who you all were at the time. When Father told me, whew, I felt stupid. I had an inkling, but had no idea who you guys really were. When you look over, you realize Fluxfalk is also no longer there. She disappeared when Father did. Hugo walks over to you, Wu. How are you looking right now?
Wu's hand, his left hand is clutching at the space where the portal was. His right hand is clutching his chest. He's gasping repeatedly. If you notice, there's tears rolling down his face, but he can't seem to breathe. He reaches for the observer that H1 gave him for support as he leans up and falls, gasping and clutching at his chest. Tears just streaming down his face.
After the shock of everything, Cal walks over to you. Hey, you good, man?
He literally can't pick himself up off the ground.
Woo! He needs help! Someone! We got healers, right? Zhong, you're a healer, right? Zhong!
Zhang is also, he's looking in the direction where the portal was. He's not looking towards Wu, but more like where Kyrie and them were standing.
Mm-hmm.
And his mouth is just kind of agape. He's just kind of staring off. It looks like he's kind of, out of it.
Okay. What is Kay or Brack? What's up with Kay?
Kay is observing his surroundings, and once he notices Wu on the ground, he goes over to him and he tries to help him up.
That's right. Come on, man. Yeah.
Will accept him, but he just can't. You just look at him and like his eyes are just wided over. There's nothing there. He can't seem to like catch a breath, and the tears just won't stop flowing.
Kay looks down at Wu. I know it might seem like you lost her, but we'll get her back.
And then as Wu hears that, he sharply turns upwards towards Kay's gaze, and you see a smile on his face. Very wide and almost genuine. There might be a few cracks there, but when you look at him, you know it's sincere. But the tears are still flowing. I remember when Brack told me the true meaning of fear. I resolved myself then. I remain resolved now. That idiot. Of course we'll get her back. But for now, things went the best way possible, right? And you just see this wide smile on his face. Almost laughing. But the tears are still flowing.
Kay looks in the direction of the portal, kind of with a sense of nonchalance. Could have went better, but I'd say the majority of us got out, and that's kind of good. If all that happened to Leaf was that she fell through a portal, What happened? I seen Joe right stop.
No, I was responding to Hannah's comment. Sorry.
Oh.
You're totally fine. My bad.
Sorry.
Oh, if all that happens is that she went through a portal, I'm pretty sure old father over here can help us get to him. And then Kay averts his gaze from the portal over to Tyrseth.
Tyrseth hasn't returned quite yet.
Oh, he hasn't returned?
Yeah.
In the direction Tyrseth walked.
If she went through that portal, it's looking kind of rough. Not impossible, but kind of rough. I'm still surprised. Roses has never been able to copy Zygus' ability before, and even if he could, to access the other side like that? It's a new high even for Roses. Huh, he might have been bishop level all along. Damn.
Kay turns his gaze over to Soul. Eyebrows unfurled but upward, and in the most joking of joking manners. Ah, I remember you now. You're the one that Brat calls Glowstick. BB was calling you Glowstick. Ah.
Is that what I was called? It's kind of a good name. I am called the Luminous, after all.
I mean, you shine bright, but, you know, your lights kind of fade. But, how you doing there, Soul?
Wow, kind of rude. I'm doing pretty well. Life in Aesir is never boring, that's for sure. I do feel bad for all of you, though. You never should have been caught up in all this. Aesir has never had a split this bad before. I guess since Fug and the workshop split off. From Aesir. Mostly Fug, right? I gotta brush up on my history.
As he say that, Kay puts majority of Wu's weight onto Cal and lets him go.
Okay, yep.
And he walks up to Soul in his face. He leans down at him. If you guys never got us involved in any of this, we would be fine right now. More importantly, you just jeopardize one of the main things that is keeping BB sane. Well, as sane as he can be. Give me one reason why I shouldn't run your face through this wall.
I can give you 2. Is that acceptable?
One would suffice.
Oh. I'm a ranker now, so that's pretty cool.
Kay just looks back, whispers under his breath, "You're lucky I didn't sign my contract." And then he just looks back up at, he looks at Soul and walks away.
A ranker, but I thought you hadn't even crossed the 100th floor yet. What? I was strong enough to, but I really wanted to beat that 100th floor test, but I ended up realizing it was too tough for me, so I gave up on it. You know how it is. But anyway, and he starts like trying to say something, but he gets interrupted as someone bursts through the door, the empty door, where everyone's starting to come from. Someone bursts on through. Let me play something here. Look at this. Someone just like bursts on through, flies through the door, and a sword gets stopped by Soul's hand. Found you. And you see Leaf, like there's a huge shockwave as Leaf's sword meets Soul's hand. You thought I couldn't sense you, huh? And he keeps slicing and slashing at Soul, and now Soul has gotten up and is just blocking all the blows with his hands. And just this moment just gets interrupted. All the silence gets ruined. The table gets flipped over, and there's just chaos in the room all of a sudden once again.
Leaf, you have to stop.
Where is he? Where's Bo? Where is he? And he just keeps on attacking and doing different techniques and moves and stances. But Soul's just like blocking it all easily. Slow down there, big guy. You think I care? You think I give a shit? It's all led up to this moment. And he just screams out. You can tell he's like barely even listening to reason. Nothing could really snap him out of this. What the hell is happening? We should get out of here, huh?
No. I want to see what happens.
Are you... We've almost died like a dozen times today!
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The best part is about to happen.
There's one moment where Soul doesn't block Leaf's strike, and it hits Soul's neck. And as it hits Soul's neck, the blade just shatters. Ah, shoot, forgot to block that one. My bad, brother. Hey, I'll buy you a new one. Does that sound good? Where is he? Where am I? And from where you all came from, you hear Bo's voice. And Bo walks into the room. You can look on my screen. As Bo walks into the room.
Oh, no.
Dressed in his majestic blue cape. I told you, you're the one who abandoned us, Leaf. Don't get it twisted. Leaf just looks at Bo, and his blessing fades. Bo. That's right. Soul is my real brother. The brother you tried to hide from me. What? No, that was never... Shut up. I thought... Roses tricked me. I thought I could get my He looks at Team Recall. Father's given me strict orders not to attack you. You're lucky I'm sparing your lives. Oh yeah, I guess you haven't heard the news, huh? Bo's a Knight of Aesir now. The 12th, which means he's the lowest ranked, but... And Soul walks over to Bo and puts an arm around him. This is where he belongs, Leaf. What? Leaf, it's okay. And Shion gets up and runs over to him. It's all right. Just calm down. Is everyone okay? Is everyone safe? No more deaths.
I pick myself up off the floor.
Okay.
And I walk over to Leaf. I tell him, the fight is over. There doesn't have to be any more fighting.
He just like screams in frustration. Damn it. I'll never be good enough. Not for anyone. Bo, you're gonna get me back. Just give up. I'm done with you and Astrid and all your lies. Now, children. Let's all settle down. Tyrseth slowly walks back into the room. I know a lot of this is difficult, but we're all tired. How about we all stay calm for now? Rest easy. But I... And then Tyrseth He sighs and then snaps his fingers. And there's like powder kind of descends upon Leaf. But I...
As it stands right now, Leaf, you're no match for Soul. He's a rancor now.
Oh, Astrid. Mother. And he slowly fades. He starts to fade away, but go ahead.
The information you get, you can seek by asking Bo.
Leaf finally collapses onto the floor, and then Bo standing there.
Well, Bo, remember me?
How could I forget? You're the main culprit, aren't you?
Well, I mean, it's not like I pride myself on being the mastermind of anything, but...
You're the one who... Bo? And he looks over and... It's all right. We'll save it for another day. Come here, Bo. Bo, his eyes grow wide as if he realized he'd forgotten that Father was there. Yes, Father. He walks over to Tyrseth. And Tyrseth puts a hand on Bo's shoulder. You've made a lot of mistakes today. It's all right. We were all tricked in some way. We'll need some time to fix things. Why don't you head on back to your room? Yes, Father. I'm sorry. It's okay. And with one last glance around the room, Bo leaves.
Can I do an insight check to see if the fear is real from Bo? If it's more of like a respect or like an actual like fear thing between him and
Yeah, go for it.
18.
Let me see here. 18? It's not. It's a fear, but it's not a fear that's compelled by like, oh, he's gonna hurt me if I do something wrong. It's just like, it's a fear that he's going to disappoint him.
Got it.
Yeah. I'm sorry I took so long.
I take it your allies are safe?
Unfortunately, we did suffer some casualties. But not as many as it could have been. After the stunt that Roses pulled today, we're honestly quite lucky.
Who are the ones who betrayed you?
It seems that the main perpetrators were my second knight, Roses, and the seventh bishop, the Kraken. Both nowhere to be seen. I'm very proud of Gabriel, though. He handled himself well and seems to have survived the conflict. But all of the perpetrators have escaped.
We encountered the Kraken, and he let us go.
He let you go? How interesting.
Why would he do that?
Are you sure he wasn't simply preoccupied with his battle with the Kraken? With Gabriel?
I don't know.
Damien. And Tyrseth slowly walks over to you. I know things are complicated right now. Most of you have been on the verge of death for a lot longer than it should have been. The workshop, sponsors, even my own organization. Doing everything it can to hurt you and cause you pain. I once again sincerely apologize. And I'll do everything in my power to rectify these wrongs for you. Starting with Zushi. And Brooke walks in. He's still fighting him. The Inferno. Call him off now. Oh. Perry Brooke. It's good to finally meet you. Of course, the Inferno has been called off. He's on his way here, actually. He has been one to never turn away from a fight, so I do apologize for his actions as well. Tyrseth, we know all about you. Father of Aesir, former father of the workshop, and brother of Mixeth, aren't you? That's right, my older brother is Mixeth, creator of Pockets and the workshop, but that's really neither here nor there, really. I'm my own person, and even though I do keep in contact with my brother, that's beside the point. I take it you have other allies here as well. One of the judges, correct? Her name was Charity? You're not gonna...
That's... What do you know about her?
I know that a group was sent here to do some investigation on Aesir, finding what records they could within the workshop's files. I know that multiple distractions were created in order to achieve that goal. I know that Hazushi and Salong Charity, H1, and Tuperi Brook were among those sent. Isn't that right? You sure know a lot. You promise to keep these kids safe? Of course. I'll be treating them as if they were my own children. And Brooke, like, it's as if she finally lets go of the tension. And I really am sorry about your ally. There is a lot I have to make up for. Starting with some explanations that I believe are in order. Would you all like a room to rest in before we begin?
I think that would be for the best.
Certainly. By the way, you have officially been declared the winners of the workshop. But we'll get to all of that soon. A room has been prepared for you, if you will follow me.
Ah, nice. Just, you don't have to follow us. Just point me in the direction. I'll find it.
Is Zushi still fighting the Inferno?
The Inferno has been called off. Do not worry. He'll be returning to us momentarily.
Could you have Zushi go talk to Wu as soon as possible? I think
Tyrseth.
he really needs to. I say this more to Brooke than to Tyrseth.
Sure. When you do say that, Tyrseth does look at Wu. And he walks over to Wu and puts a hand on Wu's shoulder.
Don't touch me! And Wu swats his hand away. What are you? Another fake father to look down on me and disown me? Toy with me and treat me like shit. Get away from me.
He just sort of gets on your level, doesn't touch you again. We can save her. I promise you we'll do everything in our power to do so.
Who doesn't move, dude? He's just kind of like breathing very heavily, still clutching his chest.
Okay. Now, if you would all follow me. And he heads back into the Xeno. Does that mean us too? Like me and the big guy?
I mean, if you want to come along, it would not be opposed. The choice is ultimately yours.
Does anyone...
Is Cal...
Go ahead.
Is Cal still holding Wu?
Yeah, he's still with Wu. I mean, Wu, would you have still been leaning on Cal?
No, Wu was...
Okay.
So, the way I envisioned the scene just now is that Cal is standing next to Wu, Wu is on the ground, and Father kneeled down next to him.
Sure.
Okay, so Zhong is gonna walk over to where Wu is, and he's just gonna grab Wu's arm and put it around his neck and try to stand up like with Wu.
Okay.
Blue doesn't resist that.
Come on.
Young like slowly wanders over to Eden. She's safe, right? She'll be okay, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
Eden, do you follow the group out of the room?
No, she's staying there with Victor.
Young like stays with you. Do you want to tell him to leave, or do you keep him there with you?
She's just staring like at Victor, statuesque form.
Everyone starts filing out of the room, I assume. Does anyone else stay with Eden and Young, or does everyone leave? I'll take it everyone leaves. And Young's holding your hand. I can still see it. His Shinsu. But it's not moving. I'm sure there's a way to get him back.
I told him to go, Cillian. He has the worst timing sometimes. Wanting to chat in the middle of a battle. But I didn't want him to go like this. Why does everyone leave? Why am I always alone? I'm sorry. Even our vaunted father left Victor alone. He says there's a way to fix him. But he was happy to leave him here as a piece of art. Some trophy that he got. You go on if you want, Cillian. I know you're tired. You've done more than your fair share today. Now you've lost 2 people as well. I'm gonna stay here. I don't want to rest on that man's terms. He doesn't care about us. We're just little experimental weapons for him to play around with until we break. And then he starts over. And the more I think about it, I think Nissan was right. So go rest, Cillian. I can't lose you too. Plus, Lyria would kill me. If I did, I can't disappoint her either.
Would you mind if I stayed just a little longer?
Do whatever you need. I don't give orders around here. I'm not even in control of myself. you okay? Can I do anything to help you?
It was tough being the leader of my team. They treated me well, generously even. And whenever I made a mistake, they would look past it and carry the burden. Shion especially. But it was still hard for me to befriend them. I was their leader, but was I their friend? And even if it was only through simple voice memos, Leaf was that friend to me. But that's why I'm not gonna give up on her. The venom got the better of her, something that we didn't even know existed.
Yeah, I didn't know either. I figured immunity just carried, well, the name itself, immunity. Not that she could call on it.
The fact that it never left her system, it's terrifying.
It is.
But she's strong. She's a strong, not just a strong regular, but a strong person. She's alright, I know she is. And Victor will be too.
Yeah. Go get some rest, Zillion.
I hope you can... Alright.
Say what you're...
I hope you can get some rest with us too, even if you don't sleep. The benefit of company, of your friends. We need to be there for each other.
Yeah.
And he squeezes your hand and then slowly gets up and... I don't know which way they headed.
Oh,
Oh, don't worry. I can show you the way. No problem at all. A new figure steps into the room from behind you all. Shit. I was hoping to find his girlfriend and apologize. Yeah, I made a mess of things today, didn't I? Oh. Is that you, Eden? You turn around. I'm going to show you on my screen.
Oh boy.
You can call me the Inferno, but the name's Dante. Look on my screen here. You see a tall figure
Oh boy.
looming over you.
The boys are hype. The boys are hype. Emotional hype.
That art looking kind of clean, though.
You are witnessing peak fiction.
I guess she's nowhere to be seen, though. Whoopsie. Don't worry, kid. I can show you where they are. No problem at all. Oh, He just slowly walks over to you, Eden. How have you been?
He just like slowly turns and looks at him.
You probably don't.
She has no recognition of him, right?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
You probably don't remember me, huh? Oops. He looks over at Victor. Oh, right. Right. Bad timing. My bad. I'll go ahead and see if she's elsewhere. Follow me, kid, though. It'll be fine. I'll show you where they are, no problem. Sure, thank you.
They're not gonna hurt us, Young. You can trust him. For now.
Dante starts leaving the room with Young. How's your flame? How your flames doing?
Why do you care?
You really don't remember, huh? Shame.
Talk to Father about it.
Oh, I know what he's up to. Known that guy for way too long. But I'm sure you'll remember eventually. Hope so, anyway.
Hope not.
Ouch. All right. Come on, kid. He walks
And
over.
leave my cousin alone.
That's right. You two. You got it. Sorry about that. I'm gonna get a rematch someday, but for now.
No, you're not.
That's. Someday we're gonna get a rematch. Sorry. That's just. No question. That's gonna happen. That's. Sorry. That guy's strong. That guy's really, really strong and very fun to fight, so it's definitely gonna happen. But for now, he's safe. Don't worry.
She's just like staring a hole through him.
Catch you later. He walks off with Young.
Hold up. Before
Yeah?
we proceed forward, because I got questions about this design, right?
Oh,
So
okay.
he used fire,
Arts intermission.
Yep.
He used fire. Okay.
Yeah.
I know you read God of High School. I don't know if everybody else here
I
has read
did.
it.
Uh-huh.
He's not like, I can't remember exactly what dude it was, but he's not like the one that has chain sick, is he? The dragon?
Oh.
He uses the sword to fly.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Oh,
You think Joe's going to tell you that unprompted lore?
That's
No,
what we call a confirmation
that
release.
I don't know exactly, Isaac. That I don't know is like, yep, that's exactly what I did.
I'm not gonna say yes or no. I will say though, O is who you're thinking of. I do love O.
Yeah.
I love O. He's awesome.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So the rest of the group, you are following Tyrseth, and as you're walking through the Xeno, he once again starts strumming his little instrument. He's like singing like a very bittersweet tune as he's walking. Very soft. And about 5 minutes. Yeah, go ahead.
Is there a reason he does that? I just kind of ask anyone.
Cal just shrugs. You think I would know?
I don't. Maybe there's something
John,
No.
do you know why? John,
cultural thing.
John, why does he cultural thing? What? Like an ice? What?
I don't know.
Hugo's just silent. Big surprise.
Oh, big surprise! Hugo is silent.
Does anyone else respond to David, or is he just left in the dust?
Kay just puts his hand on his chin, and he wonders. Wonder if he can play Welcome to the Jungle on that.
Before
Play Freebird.
Oh my gosh, y'all know.
Freebird would be nice too, but seems like you only know 3 notes. What say you, Cal?
why? I don't know. That's kind of a good question, actually. How about shut up? Because this guy is scary, okay? And if we say one wrong thing, we're dead. We're done.
I just look over at Kay. I say, the guy with the little guitar, Cal thinks is scary.
He's right. He is a ranker, but at the same time, I mean, it's not our fault he's playing a lie. It's It's his own fault. He whipped it out of thin air. Like, what does he want us to do about that? And he's out here sounding like Princess Fiona from Shrek. Like, like, come on now.
If I ever say that he's humming or singing, it's not exactly what I'm saying. Before long, he like stops and continues to play, strumming different notes. Sorry about that, kids. We're here. He turns to his left, and there's a big door that's wide open. There's plenty of space, bunk beds, double beds, single beds that are scattered with, like, it's one big, large studio room, basically, but kind of cozy looking with various, beds and, like, supplies. You've got, like, snacks and drinks and all kinds of things waiting for you on the table inside. There's a few couches as well. This is one of our guest rooms, if you wouldn't mind. Hopefully this is to your liking. Otherwise, simply let one of us know and we'll be happy to assist you. Don't you have, like, servants or something? Or are you just trying to act like one of us? Neither. I do apologize if my manner is disturbing you, though, Miss Jin Shion. And she kind of, like, looks at him like, why the hell do you know my name? But everyone starts walking in. Once you get some rest, I'll return shortly. Goodbye. And then he pulls out his instrument again and starts playing it as he leaves, walking slowly down the hall of the Xeno. So now all of you are alone. No one from Aesir present. Cal just
How's the room look?
It looks... What specifically are you asking about? Just like the general look?
Yeah, like what are we going? Like 5-star hotel, or is it like basic needs, commodities and whatnot?
It's not like super organized in like the fact that there's not the bed. There's like a bunch of beds basically, and like a couple couches and a table, but they're set up in a way that it could accommodate a lot of people. So visually, it isn't that impressive, right? Like the designs and everything. But there's a bright light in the room. No windows, unfortunately, which is not great. That's okay, though. Like, the beds are comfy, and the drinks, there's a variety of them. It's not bad.
Oh, great. We're in our own little dungeon.
Okay, I did not mean to cut to Steph. Just ignore that one.
Whoa!
Ignore that one. Sorry. Apparently, if you right click, it also does that. Good to know.
Can I get you any water?
He walks in with like a tray.
In a butler outfit.
No, French maid.
Oh god.
It's a dungeon with a bunk bed.
I called the top bunk.
No, I get top bunk.
No, I get top bunk.
I rush over.
He rushes over too. Go ahead and give me an athletics check.
All right, here we go. I wasn't quite ready for this, I'll be honest, but I need this top bunk. Ooh, that's a natural one.
Okay, well, he rolled very low, but like the both of you are exhausted from the day, but he's able to like push past you and scramble up the top. Dips. I call it.
Oh my god. You better not shake while you sleep. I'm very sensitive to waking up.
Damien, there's another bunk bed on the other side of the room.
No, I made my bed. I may as well lay in it now.
Now that we're all here, can someone please explain what the hell just happened?
Well, where to begin? After we left you, we descended down the floors of the ship where we were supposed to meet Father. But they were betrayed. The second night Kyrie came out of a portal and stabbed Boole right through the chest. And Roses betrayed Aesir as well. We were fought in a small room, fending off the both of them. I tried to call you to get the door open. We weren't really sure how to get out, but we were able to manage. We tried to escape, but he just kept catching up with us.
This guy, that demon thing with the horns. I mean, I've heard this name, Aesir, 100 times. What does it mean? What is their goal? Are you all a part of it?
No, or not that I know of. We're clearly important to the organization, but what part we play, we don't exactly know.
This goes back to the second floor, doesn't it? Regulus was always calling the five of you. Why?
Regulus. I guess Regulus must have known something was up as well. He mentioned wanting to kill us, though, but...
Wait, what? That's... floor rulers can't exactly do that to their regulars.
Yeah. I don't really know what's up. But this Tyrseth fellow, the man who is Father, seems like he's going to give us some answers.
Oh, okay. And what about you? Looks like Hugo. You looked like you saw a ghost when you saw that clown chick. Then Cal kind of realized he probably should have shut up because he looks over at Wu. I don't know what's going on anymore.
You get used to it.
Shion is gonna wander over to you, Jong. Hey.
Bro, you just forgetting about the fact that Wu is on Jong's shoulder. We gotta cut to that.
Anytime you want to say, you can interject anytime you want to. Anytime player.
No, we can't until we go there. We gotta go there.
Okay, sure. You're in the room, Wu and Jong.
We'll say that John kind of walked Wu over to like a corner a little bit away from,
okay,
Cal and
yeah,
all that.
Yeah, I'm not dealing with that smart ass Cal talk right now, bro.
I figured as much. Hey, Wu. What's going on? I need you to talk to me.
Is it gonna be okay? Can we make it okay?
I'm damn sure gonna try.
It's not okay. Then what the fuck have I been doing this whole time? I'll fail you too.
Look, Wu.
You're supposed to be my brother.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
I can't do anything.
We
Fail
lost.
everybody. This is my life.
Look, Wu. Today, we lost. There's no way around that. But we can fix this. We don't fail until we decide to quit. She's out there somewhere right now. And if we don't do everything we can to find her, that's when you fail. But in order to do that, I need you here. And John like points to his head. I need you to stay focused. The mission's not done.
And Wu like kind of buries his head in John's chest and like clutches at him.
John kind of like,
Do you really believe that we can still do it? You think that I'm still worth something? You're one of the first people that's ever believed in me, John. I don't want to let you down. I don't want to let anybody down. But I don't know if I can do it anymore.
I think you got it backwards, Wu. You're one of the first people that believed in me. So that's fine. If you can't do it, then I'm going to carry you until you can. We're going to get Leaf back or die trying. Damn Aesir and damn all this other magic and monsters nonsense. This is about you, me, Leaf, Eden, Damien, and Brack, and the rest of Team Recall. That's it. Nothing else matters.
And then you see with the same left hand that Wu had reached out to the portal with, he puts his hand on John's shoulder and pulls himself up. And with the same right hand that he had clutched on the observer, he pulls it closer to his chest. You're right. I don't have time to think like this. Everything you said is factual, and as long as we don't give up, that's where we end up, right? And he extends his fist to John.
And John, he grabs Wu's fist and then puts his other hand on it and just holds it. Yeah, damn right.
And then, I'm so sorry, Joe, but I will say that that will coincide with when Xion stepped into.
Sure. That sounds great. She does look at you, Wu, and sees that you've. How does Wu look right now?
You can tell he's been bawling his eyes out.
Yeah. Hey, I'm really sorry.
I'm glad you're okay. Good to have you back with us.
I never even got to thank you all for. And then she just like bunches up her fist. And then she just like, she lets out a yell and punches the wall, like leaving a crater in the wall.
This is the first time that Wu is not crying. He gives off a comedic look, almost like some Full Metal Alchemist style chibi art. He's like, whoa, that's a lot of anger there. Holy, okay.
You had
and
to.
then he goes.
You always have to save me. Every goddamn time. I'm just. Is that how it's gonna be?
He just looks at Jong and just kind of like, I'm gonna. He just kind of walks off.
Jong walks over and he just grabs Xion's hand, the one that she just punched the wall with.
You're always gonna have to save me. Every time.
And I will. But you're wrong. There will come a day when you'll have to save me, or Wu, or Damien. Xion, if we can't take the small victories, yes, Leaf's gone. And Victor is But you're alive. Wu and Damien and Brack and Eden. You're alive. That's what's important. Can't forget that.
But what good am I? What good am I if I'm alive and I can't contribute to this team?
If you think your fists are the only way you contribute to this team, then you are wrong. Xian, there's a strength in you. A fire and a hope that I think this team's gonna really need right now.
But you don't need me. You need Leaf and Victor, right? Without them, Eden and Wu and everyone.
Leaf knows how to cheer people up. And Victor is pretty good with words. And then Zhang puts both his hands on Xian's shoulders. But we need you.
And it's like subconscious. She's not even aware of it, but a couple of tears start streaming down. And she just finally starts like letting the tears fall, and then she slowly leans into you, wraps her arms around you.
Zhang just reciprocates the hug, wrapping his arms around her.
I'm gonna cut back to Eden. So Eden. Yes, Hannah? Oh no, that wasn't Hannah. That was me. Did you want to do something before cutting away?
Yeah, Amelia.
Cutting to Eden. To Eden.
My fellow shipper. I feel your pain.
All right, Eden, you're by yourself. Are you just like are you just watching, like standing and watching, or are you sitting?
She's basically just subconsciously just still standing guard, because no one came to take him away.
Right.
No one came to tend to him, and so she's just still guarding Team Recall.
After a few minutes, someone does start to walk past the room, but then notices you and walks in. I never really liked him. And it's Fluxfalk.
Eden goes into a full defensive stance in between, gets herself in between.
Eden, I'm not going to hurt him. I might not like him very much, but Father can save him. And she looks much better than she did earlier. She's wearing almost like a robe, and she's... Some of her wounds you notice have started to heal, some of the bruises that she may have acquired while running away from Kyrie. Father's home, which means everything's going to be okay now.
Sorry if I don't have the same trust in him as you do. All I've seen is you've caused us all nothing but pain and sorrow, trauma, everything else. Without a care for us at all. So whether he's here or not, it really doesn't matter. You all have always had your eyes set on Victor. Ever since the second floor. And Father didn't see it in his infinite wisdom to even take care of him now. So forgive me if I don't think that he has any intention of saving him.
Pawns are on their way, but I don't think you can blame my father for prioritizing the care of the rest of the ship. Victor is fine.
No, he's not.
We've seen Kyrie do this once before. I don't
And how
remember...
did that person fare? They didn't fare well, did they? They didn't. Your silence speaks volumes.
It was a different situation.
It always is.
After they were turned to stone like this, Kyrie devoured their very essence. There wasn't a chance. There wasn't a chance to save the person that had been within. We don't know.
So you don't know how to save them, do you?
Father can do anything. Just trust in him. Is that so hard?
It is. I tried to trust Percy. Percy led me to Sniff. And Percy also told me to only take who I trusted into this place. And look what happened.
You think Percy would never do that?
I don't know.
Well, I do.
I don't know.
Percy would never do that. And neither would Boole or Smile.
And Father said he was tricked today.
Yeah. We all didn't expect Roses to be capable of that. Or to side with Kyrie of all people.
And Kyrie's betrayed you. And Roses has betrayed you.
We already knew Kyrie betrayed us, and honestly, I don't really care about Kyrie. Roses was always a bit of a jerk, but I suppose we'll miss him. It's the fact that this was all orchestrated under our nose. I think I know why. It was always bugging me. When Roses fought Boole, when Roses fought me. He was much stronger than he should have been. Normally, he could copy our appearance or copy our techniques, but when copying our abilities, it was always never as good as what the original could muster. When the workshop gifted him to us, it was always under the impression that he could perform and do whatever we could do, but never as good. But all of a sudden, his little wooden body started to handle it better. And I think I know why. I should have realized it sooner.
So the workshop gifted you another little toy to experiment on. And those toys have a habit of turning on you. They get tired of being experimented on.
Maybe you're right. I suppose we'll not know until we get Roses back. And we can ask him ourselves. But I think
Or maybe he'll go down... Or maybe he'll go down swinging like Nissan did.
Nissan was a different case. But
I don't see it very different.
regardless, I think the reason that Roses was able to do what he did. She coughs. Sorry. I think it was the item that he had obtained. An item that strengthened his body. Yeah. I didn't think about it before, but I think he was one of the first ones on that ship. That would explain that he was able to shoot someone.
Convenient.
Even so, it's still so surprising that he could copy Zygus's ability and even access where Kyrie was sealed. If Roses continues to evolve like this, he'll be more dangerous than we ever gave him credit for. What can he do next? Can he copy rankers? Who knows? Mammon's greed, I don't know what it does exactly, but if that is one of its uses, there's no one that it could better serve than Roses.
And if he's not on your side, then what?
Roses hurt my family. There's no forgiving that. Father will want him to come back maybe, but even then it's gonna be hard for me to forgive him. I hope I'm not interrupting. Gabriel walks in. Hello, Eden. And then 3 pawns walk in behind him. We're here to move, Mr. Kuhn and Victor. To a safe location.
Where's a safe location?
Would you like to come with us?
Yeah.
All right. And he motions, and the pawns all kind of start looking at the statue and examining it. And eventually they are able to first sort of put a Shinsu barrier around Victor, and then start to move him using Shinsu. Follow me. And Gabriel leads you down the hall, but Fluxfalk stays in the room. So you leave Fluxfalk behind. He takes you down the hall, deeper, pretty much where you had come from in your escape out of that room.
Oh,
Takes you back down that lovely route.
No.
But once you reach the room where H1 was, he takes you around a different direction. And eventually you land, you don't have to go down that spiral staircase. He takes you to a different room where there seem to be, not testing tubes per se, but there are a few pawns who are on their lighthouses working, and there's a couple machines, and he motions the statue inside. He'll be kept here until Father knows what to do with him.
Just put him in a storage room, right? Hide your problems away.
We will see. I will have to go. But if you do need something, simply let one of us know.
Check in on your sister.
That's the reason I really must be going. Apologies.
You should check on her.
He seems to seriously contemplate it for a minute. Go ahead.
There's very few people in the tower who actually care about us. Any of us. If she's all you've got left, you owe it to her. Don't let it be too late where you can't.
I'll give it some thought. Thank you. He puts his hand on his chest and bows a little bit.
Just lightly bows back.
Do you need to know where the room is?
I'll find it.
No. And he motions for one of the pawns to lead the way. It's just a couple minutes walk, a couple twists and turns, but you are standing now in front of the door. people inside the room. By this point, Young had entered the room. Eden should be coming soon. Whoa, 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 whoa. Slow down, kid. Don't act like I'm not here. Hello, everybody! And Dante, like, bursts open the door while Young tried to creep in silently. He's looking around. Anybody want to fight? Looking around. Hey, how about you, kid? You back there with the missing fingers. What the fuck? Cal just looks horrified. No? Okay. Hey, Frog Kid. Yeah, Damien with the scissors, right? I remember those. Oh, yeah. You want to come fight really quick? Quick skirmish?
You remember those? Sure.
Sounds good. I'll show you where the area is back here. And then his pocket pops up. Ah, shit. No, okay. Postpone it, all right? You and me, all right? We're going to go at it. We're going to do a bit of training, a little bit of sparring. Later. I got to go talk to Tyrseth. God damn it. All right. Listen, hey, everybody, I know this was a terrible day for all of you, but trust me when I say it gets better, all right? Toodles. And he heads out.
Slowly puts my hand down. I don't even know who that guy is.
Was she walking?
So I kind of cut back a little bit, so you did not actually see that.
Got it. Yeah. I was gonna be like, I will say something if he said Toodles.
Mr. Inferno also said you can't sit with us on Wednesday if you're not wearing pink. You know what I'm saying? Just so you know.
he leaves the room if you say that.
Well, he seemed nice. Who the heck was that guy?
That's the Inferno of Aesir.
Another one of their lapdogs.
Now we know of 3, correct?
3 bishops?
Yeah.
I believe so. The Luminous, the Kraken, and the Inferno. Unless I'm missing someone.
I don't believe so.
Oh, hey, Mr. K, by the way. There's a big rhyme there. So you're not exactly Brack, but you kind of are.
Yep.
So you didn't really have a reason to help us, right?
No. I did.
Well, still. Oh, go ahead.
You see, Brack is kind of a loser. Not in the way that you're thinking. Like, he's not, some hoity-toity, like, dude. No, not that way. He's more so lost a lot of people in his life. And losing those people, he's sort of built up barriers in his head. And as he continuously built up those barriers, he started to create these delusions. He doesn't necessarily know what's real and what's fake.
Huh. So if I'm to understand correctly, the countless losses of loved ones created you? Okay?
Oh, no, I was a special event.
Huh. It's tough to wrap my head around it, but I have to thank you for your help today.
No problem. And then he leans into Damien. When he wakes up, tell him to find my goddamn scythe. Or else I'm gonna choke him in his sleep.
I mean, we could find you a new scythe, I'm sure.
I want my scythe.
Your scythe? What's special about your scythe?
My scythe is called the Hillbrand of Kilt.
The Hillbrand of Kilt? That's Brack's master, right?
Kay just smiles. And, you could say that. More like an uncle.
It's a complicated relation, but can Brack hear me right now?
Nah, I put
So
him down for bedtime.
I see. So, how exactly does Brack come back? Not that I don't mind you being here, but is it?
He comes back once the job is done. Quote unquote.
Is Brack dead?
Huh? No, this is Kay.
I know. That's why I'm asking. Like,
Kay turns towards Cal. You will be the perfect person to explain this to, my dear fellow Cal.
You don't mind? Okay. Nice to meet you, Kay.
You know how you suffer from an identity crisis?
I would disagree, but
your hair would say otherwise, Cal.
This is all natural. We all know it is. I transcended. I'll stop saying it.
Did
once
you
everyone
transcend or did you die, Cal?
I didn't die. I transcended.
We see the roots, Cal.
What do you mean? You can't see my roots.
We see them.
My roots are in the REA family.
All right. But just think of me as a personality that was created out of a need for a necessity. The necessity is to protect those that Brack feels like he can't. BB has a problem. I'm just here to solve it.
I see. Oh, thanks for letting me know. I mean, Brack always seems so sure of himself, so confident. I am surprised that something like this exists. It's shocking, but it's nice to meet you, Kay.
No
it
problem.
Really is.
Just know that pseudo-confidence is a thing.
It
and it rears its ugly head in many situations.
I would say right now is probably when Eden, do you want to walk into the room, or what do you do?
She just kind of sits outside the door.
Doesn't enter?
Mm-mm.
Just stands there?
She sits just back against the wall next to the door.
Okay. For how long would Eden want to sit there?
Probably a decent while. She's not heading in there.
Okay, sure. I'm gonna say you could hear some of the dialogue inside, some of the muffled conversations and the like. But while you're sitting there,
I said that to the wrong person.
Great.
Uh-oh.
Nice. As you're sitting there, you start seeing flashes in your mind. First kind of slowly fading, but then the light starts flashing. This bright light. You start to feel a mild migraine, but it's not like the migraines you've had before. It's more that something is happening inside your head that you can't control. You start seeing flashes, images. You see Brack. You see him returning to a village. The image is like frozen in your head. The second you see it, it disappears. Another image flashes. You see Brack crying, head upward towards the sky, holding a woman in his arms. Another flash. That face that's looking into the sky. Those eyes that with tears streaming out of them. They suddenly turn cold, with the tears stopping. Another flash. And you see Kay standing in front of a compound with the symbol of the Lopobia family etched into the building. Another flash, and it's gone. It's like a memory came back to you. Did you see something? And you didn't notice, but Tyrseth is standing next to you. Do you need any help? He reaches out a hand.
Just kind of like stares at him, like she doesn't know what to do with him. She's trying to like fight back. A lot of emotions when it comes to him.
I know you're strong, Eden. I hope I'm not making you feel otherwise. Now, if you be so kind, I would like to do some explaining. It's been long overdue. I've been wanting to introduce myself to all of you for quite some time. The moments just didn't add up. Until now, that is. Would you mind if we headed inside to speak with your companions?
Until my teammates were removed.
I'm sorry?
The ones Aesir was always after. Was that when you felt like it was a good time? Waited till we were crushed under trauma and loss, so you could come in and be a benevolent savior. Our Father.
I know what it looks like. It looks as though everything could have been solved if I'd simply been a few seconds earlier to the scene.
No. More like 28 Force too late.
You would have wished that I'd appeared on Regulus's floor. You wish I had been there.
Might have saved Nissan and his people. Might have saved us. All the trauma and torment Flux put us through.
Fluxfalk never
things could have
meant
been
any of
different.
that. She's
Sure.
still a young girl.
Oh, so young.
She's
Allowed to
learning.
make so many mistakes. Isn't that a nice luxury? To be able to make mistakes?
Eden,
Must be nice.
would you mind if I spoke about your child?
What about her?
I don't mean any offense. And I promise you I am
You
not...
brought her up. What about her? And she stands up with Nissan's spear, like, and in like a defensive position.
When your daughter... It looks like he's struggling to say the words. When she made a mistake...
Was murdered?
No. I wouldn't speak of that. Whenever she made a mistake, a genuine one, even if it had significant consequences, the feelings that you felt, they are what I feel about Fluxfalk. The others as well, but Fluxfalk especially. I am not trying to compare your trauma to mine. I would never.
You don't have any right to.
You're right. I don't. I'm simply trying to... You know, it's rare that I find someone who relates in a way. I've lost a child as well.
Is this your sick way of trying to get me on your side?
No.
Then what is it? You casually like to throw my lost family around. On suit your purpose, like Flux did on the second floor, like you did with Nari now.
I'm simply saying that if you need someone to talk to, I am here.
I don't. And what are you gonna actually tell me, Father?
Shall we head inside?
For what?
It's very clear you would not like to speak, and I don't want to make you uncomfortable. So shall we head inside?
Do I have a choice? I'm your little experiment after all, aren't I?
You always had a choice, Eden. And he opens the door.
Sure I did.
Do you follow him inside?
Reluctantly.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. And you all can immediately tell when Tyrseth enters the room. I hope you are all enjoying your stay here. I know it isn't the perfect room. However, in time, perhaps you will grow accustomed to it. Not that you'll be here any longer than you intend to be, of course. Perhaps a bit of music would lighten the mood. He brings out his cittern. A tune, perhaps? Any song suggestions?
How about answers? And enough with your merrymaking.
Apologies. You are right, Eden. Please, everyone get comfortable. We have snacks and drinks.
No. She's right. Cut the crap. Tell us what we want to know.
All right.
If I may kick off the first question. Mr. Inferno came in here recently, and he talked about how he kind of knew us. But I have no recollection of ever meeting Mr. Inferno. Do we not have part of the puzzle? Are our memories missing?
Yes. Some of your memories are missing. This is an area that is a bit tricky to discuss. I'll do my best. Don't... Go ahead.
Oh, well, I mean, to start it off, why?
Why what?
Why are we missing our memories? What happened? Was it voluntary? Was it involuntary?
We've spoken many times before. You simply don't recall. Some before you had met the others, like Boole and the Inferno. Sorry about him. I offered you all a choice. And you accepted. I'm afraid the details I will leave for another time. Simply because if I said too much, it may jeopardize the operation. But that is the gist of it. None of you are here against your will. Except perhaps your friends. And he looks over at Cal and Hugo and So Young. And once again, I do apologize for your involvement in this. No, it's fine. Yeah.
Come on, Cal, don't embarrass me in front of Father.
He just, swallows really loudly. What else would you like to know? That's not at all what I meant to do.
I have a few questions, but I want to leave it to the floor to open to anyone else.
What does anyone else like? What would anyone else like to ask?
No one?
No questions?
I have a question.
Jong, of course.
Can we leave?
Of course you can. Would you like to?
Yes.
Jong, we should stay.
John, you can't be serious.
Jong, whether you like it or not, this organization is a part of your life. We're not gonna get Leaf and Victor back by just ignoring them.
You think
Pretending
we need their help? It's their fault that they're gone in the first place.
We do need them. Instead of just pretending like they don't exist, we should at least hear them out.
You being Tyrseth, relative of Mexeth, you would have lots of answers. even to some crazy, like, big myths.
I'm afraid some of those myths are better left unsaid, if they are due to the mysteries of the tower. I'm sure my brother would be quite upset if I revealed too much about the workshop's undergoings.
Well, I have this question to ask. Are we really the gods of Aesir?
Gods, he kind of rubs his forehead. That's a strong term. A term that I...
term we've heard many times before.
Some of the knights of Aesir and Fluxfalk, of course, are very vocal about the meaning of all of you and your existence in this organization. I'll admit, I have used the words before. A better term that I would prefer to use is your fundamentals. You are foundational pieces.
Foundational pieces?
Indeed.
What does that mean?
Does Kay say something?
Fundamentals. I don't like that. It don't roll off the tongue. So, dearest Tyrseth, this isn't Brack. Before you say anything, BB is taking a little nap.
I can tell.
Thank you. Finally, someone who gets it. All right. So, might I ask you, what caused you to separate from Fug?
The joining with Fug. Let me start further back. I used to be a father of the workshop, if you're unaware of the tier system of the workshop. The Great Father is my older brother, Mixeth. Someone I could never... Someone who's always been my greater. But that's beside the point. He's a good man.
Pulls out a notepad and a pen to start taking notes for Brack later.
Read, this is important. Read, this part is just like a bunch of asterisks.
Just puts on like the little like librarian like reading glasses to start taking the notes.
I used to be a father of the workshop, which means I used to have a lot of influence. Above the position of father, there is only Great Father, which is my brother Mixeth. As a father of the workshop, I was in charge of several divisions and several organizations within the workshop, one of which was in charge of creating the H-series. It was one of my very first projects, in fact. When we joined with Fug, we were hoping to share in our common goals. However, only after a few years did Fug realize that we weren't exactly in alignment about a lot of things. Fug's methods were far too violent for our tastes. And so, most of Fug ended up leaving. And whatever was left, we decided to name Aesir. An entirely separate organization from both Fug and the workshop.
From what we understand of your organization, you exist to fulfill the dreams of the people in your organization?
That's right.
Is that the only purpose?
It goes deeper than that. As it currently stands, the tower is a lie. It's corrupted. It's diseased. It baits human beings inside of it with promises of their biggest hopes and dreams. All of the members of Aesir are those who have fallen for this trap. Fug seems to want to solve this issue by violently removing those at the top. They create slayers in the name of their founder. When, in reality, such a goal is impossible. The ones who control this tower have already made their contracts. They've already cemented their position. There was a time when I had hope in them. In fact, when Jahad and his companions first entered the tower, me and my brother had the privilege of being the first to welcome them onto the second floor. It was through my cooperation with Tuperi, the grandfather of your teacher, Brooke, that we created lighthouses. Mixeth created pockets. He taught them Mixethian. It was an exciting time. But when Jahad became king, we realized we had made a mistake. It all started falling apart once the rebellion started, and the Great War between Fog and the families. And ever since then, not a single rebellion has succeeded. We've long given up on the idea of violently removing those at the top.
You supported what you thought to be a worthy candidate, only to find out that he was a monster later.
When Jahad began his climb, he was full of hopes and dreams about the future. But it was his own future. We saw his leadership skills and his power, and we assumed he was fit for the role of king. But in reality, he was only ever an adventurer. And now he sits upon that throne and lets his tower rot.
So what are your goals?
Our goals are to do what Jahad and the tower itself promised the regulars and rankers and inhabitants. To help remove the poison and the rot, and to help create a world where dreams can be fulfilled. So, and Hugo says something. What about Sarah? What was her dream? Ah, you were one of the ones at the orphanage, I would assume. And Hugo just looks down. Smile's dream is quite simple. She wishes to be loved for who she is. Boole desired family. He was cast out from his own, simply for the fact that he wasn't the status quo. When he was born with the Yon Flame, the first male to be born with the Yon Flame, and a flame that was more destructive than restorative. It was only a matter of time before his identity was concealed. We gave him the family he so desired. Percy was an outcast, even among his own people. His powers of foresight were inconsistent. You laugh? He suffered greatly because of it. But when we found him, we discovered that his powers were far beyond anyone, any silver dwarf we had ever seen. He could see the ties between people. And it was because of him that we discovered all of you. Regardless, we are far from fulfilling our goal. But that's why I hope to work with all of you. Even though I understand why you're so confused about all of this.
How are we so confused when you're the one who put us in this situation? You have a really odd way of phrasing and framing things.
Well, that's why I'm hoping to clear some things up. When you first entered this tower, it was... And this is why I specifically told Fluxfalk, and she still revealed probably a little too much. We were careful. We didn't want to tell you something which would trigger a memory overload. It could have caused something to go wrong.
Like with Regulus's friend?
Regulus's friend was someone who was caught up in something unfortunate. She was caught up in Kyrie's first revolution, when we had to seal him. At first, we thought that she could have filled your role. She was well on her way of doing so until it was an unfortunate accident.
what happened, so I know what's coming.
Kyrie can only break through the seals I placed upon him if Fluxfalk is present. Just as she acts as the medium between you and your abilities, so does she act as a counter to Kyrie's seal. As long as we play our cards right, Kyrie should no longer be an issue, I would hope.
Well, not to us.
No
Really,
longer an
really
issue?
care about.
Are you serious?
I understand how you feel with Leaf's safety, and I will get to that. He is still an issue. You are right, and I do apologize. It's... How far back would you like me to go?
As far back as you like, sweetheart.
From the top, Pops! From the top!
Well...
We got time, dog.
If you'd like, I could tell you in song. He pulls out his cittern. No?
Skip to the good stuff.
Jong, are you sure? I'm just kidding. All right, then. Let's start at the beginning. Before we do, though, we're going to take our break. So don't go anywhere, anybody. Enjoy the memes.
No!
Enjoy the fan art.
Yeah, brother.
Hell yeah, brother. We'll see you guys soon.
I'll sing. I'll do a little prelude to the song for you. And then father gets hit by a bus and that's the
All
end.
right, we'll see you guys soon. Enjoy.
You just got slayed. Slayed. You just got slayed. Slayed.
That's hokey. That's hokey. That's hokey.
I figured it out. We just need to hit them really, really hard. I figured it out. We just need to hit them really, really hard.
Orange is Gigantosaurus, whatever you say, Gigantosaurus, Gigantosaurus, it's a metamorphic, Gigantosaurus, Ginormous.
How many times are you gonna run? I've counted you 17 different times.
I feel like it's gonna be at least 18.
The caucasity of this bitch. Run and run. I am an alpha male gamer. Give me back my gamer girl, Sonic! Give me back my gamer girl, Sonic!
You can't do that because then they'll respond to the ad.
Yeah.
We're back.
That's what I'm saying.
Welcome everybody to Towers and Gods. Really appreciate all of you for sticking around. If you want to submit your own memes and fan art, the link to the Discord is down below, and I know Light put it in the chat as well. Huge shout out to everybody for your submissions as always. They were very, very good this week. Although, Isaiah, do you have any thoughts?
So during the break, Joe just made me a mod. I want to thank him for the opportunity. I will directly and almost immediately be abusing my power. So hope you all enjoyed the memes because there's going to be some changes around here, all right? Keep sound me tonight because next week I'm going after the memes.
I'm pretty... We'll see.
But
No takesy backsies.
Yeah. I think Joe will be unhappy if we do that because Joe likes the Shion memes, right?
I live for the Shion that one memes. The moment between seconds, I love them.
I'm the mod here now, all right? Not you. Ridiculous.
Anyway, we are all here, so thank you all so much, everybody. All right, let's get back into things. So, everyone's kind of quiet in the room. You're all just standing there watching Tyrseth.
What was the question we asked again? I'm sorry.
It doesn't matter.
I was laughing at the
Produce, bro. Just produce. You remember that scene in Dragon Ball Z where Superman was like, produce the fighter, produce. Just produce, bro. Nobody needs to do anything. Just
go make the content.
I believe they just asked him to start at the top. This is basically
the top of what again?
Everything.
Everything.
Yeah. My name is Tyrseth. I was born. Go.
We go on Final Fantasy campfires at the beginning, or like? All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Once upon a time, a young boy was born. Shall I continue? Is this
maybe without the? I mean,
I just stare like daggers into his fucking eyes, bro.
Apologies. I suppose I'll do this the normal way.
Yeah, no, sorry. Oh, I was muted. My bad.
You had the voice of an angel.
I mean, you can sing, man. Don't worry. But
no, really, it's.
It might be.
It's something I'm accustomed to, but I understand if it's not something that you would enjoy.
If it makes you comfortable, sing.
Don't.
No,
sing.
I wasn't opposed to the singing. I was opposed to you like saying, "Oh, I'm not telling you the right thing." Just tell me the truth.
I'll save the singing for later.
Sing.
I'll save the singing for later. I'll start here.
Okay, just stares daggers at John.
Don't stare daggers back.
If I stare daggers, that count to make him nervous.
Sing, let him cook. I see you, Chad. Okay. 5,000 years ago, roughly, give or take, Jahad and his companions entered the tower. Like I said, my brother and I had high hopes for these individuals. We thought that perhaps they would be something that we could all unify under. Something that could lead the tower in the direction it needed to go. Unfortunately, as you all know, that did not happen. It didn't take long before we realized that once Jahad became king, he wasn't the person we had thought he was. And to top that all off, his companions didn't seem very keen on opposing him. The only group that seemed to realize this error that we had made were Fug. Due to personal reasons, of course. And he kind of looks around, although you probably don't know too much about that. The Great War began. It was a bloody war, but a war in which Fug stood no chance. Rebellions were crushed. Everything that seemed remotely anti-Jahad laid to devastation. We're still suffering the consequences of that today. Every rebellion that rose after the Great War led to only further restrictions. More forests to be razed, more cities to be replaced with supposed utopias. And so, Aesir was born. I am a bit of a scholar, you see. I discovered a spell. I discovered something that... He kind of hesitates. You all know the tower isn't the only thing that exists. It's sort of our world. But my brother and I, we're from the outside. We were sent into the tower as children. Outside the tower, there is no Shinsu. There is no administrators. You can believe in gods or whatever you wish, but the tower itself is like a living being. It breathes. Its very air is the Shinsu that we utilize to either create life and to save lives, or destroy. My brother and I are not exactly fighters. We like to create things. The way we entered the tower was through an experiment more than anything else. We're not like Jahad and his companions. But either way, it made me realize that what is causing this tower's problems is truly a disease. A disease that needed to be purged. Because this tower is struggling under the weight. A weight that it can't remove on its own. Just as a plant needs watering, and just as a plant needs rain to sustain itself, I decided that Aesir would be that rain. This spell that I discovered. You know what spells are, I would assume. They're a bit different from Shinsu. Some of them require contracts and the like. This spell could allow us to change things. It could allow us to bypass contracts. It could allow us to bypass administrators. It was a dangerous spell. And as I did more and more research, I gathered allies. And I realized that I would need pieces to build the foundation for the spell. You see, the spell... The tower operates through a system of rules, and I don't mean Jahad's empire and their rules and restrictions. The tower has rules and restrictions, as it should. It is its own world, its own universe in a way. Death is finite. Life is finite and ends in death. And yet it's also a cycle. We need air to breathe, water to drink, food to consume. Once you die, you cannot come back. Certain species cannot create another. These rules are paramount to the tower's own existence. The reason that this spell couldn't work and could never work is because it required the impossible. It required broken laws. But how could you break a law of the tower? Could the tower even allow such a thing? I realized that under Jahad's empire, inadvertently, he had created a system where such things were indeed possible. The tower's own sickness allowing these opportunities to rise, for better or worse. With each broken law, an opportunity was created. Each one of you represents 5 fundamental broken laws of this tower. Before all of you, it was Kyrie. I thought perhaps Kyrie could be the source. And we tried. And it's one of my biggest regrets. I thought Fluxfalk, perhaps. And Fluxfalk was key, but not in the way I'd initially thought. And so, through Percy and Fluxfalk, I started to search for individuals who could fulfill this criteria of broken laws. And through one circumstance or another, I discovered you. Each one of you had a reason to be upset with how things were. Perhaps you didn't desire a dream. Perhaps you desired revenge. He looks at Eden. Perhaps you desired something more simple. He looks at Jong. All of you had your own reasons. But through this system, we'd be able to start over. Human beings, we tend to debate amongst ourselves about what is right or wrong. He looks at Brack. I debated with Brack about many of these things. When is it right to cause war? When is it right to cause strife? These questions, in the end, don't matter. And the reason they don't matter is because everyone is going to have a different opinion. Which one is correct? The majority. Your own opinion. Do you follow your own rights? Your own wrongs? If you want to do wrong, how do you know what is wrong? All of these things lead us to chaos and warfare. And before you say so, I would never wish to impose my own rights and wrongs because I am flawed, as all of us are. The only thing that matters is the tower's wants and desires. And so, through this spell, the tower would purge those that it considers poisonous. It would purge those that it considers paramount to its own destruction. It would preserve those, like us, who simply wish to follow a dream, a pure dream. The tower would decide, as it always should have, before the poison seeped into its very veins. Oh, hello? Are we still here?
Hey.
We're here?
How's it going?
I think we're still live.
Yo.
Yeah, we're still here.
We're still live. Let me check here. Live. Live.
Yo.
Oh, thank God. I got a pop-up and it said OBS disconnected. OBS reconnecting. That was scary, but we're still here.
Oh.
We're still here. We're good. Let's go.
Good.
Back to the lore.
Sorry. All right. The poison seeping into its veins. There was only one way to stop it. It would be as if we were giving it medicine? However you want to think about it. We'll be cleansing it. But you all need to grow. You're not ready to carry that burden, and I would never wish to sacrifice your lives. That's why I hesitated. I'm hesitant to share too much with you. Your bodies can only handle so much. Fluxfalk acting as the conduit. And so, it is my hope that you would climb the tower, improve yourselves and your bodies, and hopefully we can continue to work together to achieve this goal. And if you choose not to, I understand. I only did this because you all wanted to.
Care to elaborate?
It's just simply what I don't understand.
You don't see how you ever could have accepted such a proposition.
Not from you.
I'll keep it brief. There were moments in time where you all needed assistance. You needed someone to listen to. I spoke to all of you as someone who could offer that assistance. And when you entered the tower, you didn't enter the second floor immediately. When you first entered the tower, you don't remember this. You spent time with us, with Aesir. You may have heard Boole say such things, or Dante. You truly did get to know us. Some of you were hesitant, of course. Some of you didn't understand Smile, or You thought we were untrustworthy. But over time, you realized that through this, we could achieve something great in this tower. And those desires of yours flamed brighter than any I'd ever seen. Because you knew deep down that they were possible. I know how impossible that all sounds, but I am telling the truth.
I don't believe you.
Neither do I.
Absolutely not. You talk as if you know me. You know nothing about me. Or any of us for that matter.
And let me ask you this. You say that we don't have memories of ever meeting you guys. Why is that?
Because you underwent a process. Each one of you representing a broken law, we had to tap into these abilities through Fluxfalk. He looks at Damien. If you would like, I could talk more about Fluxfalk. But either way, it required you to forget our time together. Painful as it was. Your abilities couldn't grow unless you had reset. And so we reset your memories to the time when you had entered the tower, and any interactions you had with me, or the knights, or the bishops. You had simply forgotten them.
You would have to know that that would jeopardize your goal, though.
Of course. It was very risky.
Wait. You're skipping over something very precarious here. How did you do that? Because what about all the other memories that I've had before that time and up until that time and during that time? How were you able to so precisely siphon out those particular memories? I'm curious.
I can't tell you that. But I can say...
So you're not being honest and telling us everything that we would like to know. You're just trying to curtail us to your side. I don't have time for this anymore.
I will give you an answer. I wish I could say more. But again, it could jeopardize things even further. And he looks at Damien.
Tell the truth.
We have someone in our organization that deals with memories. I would not like to jeopardize who they are, for obvious reasons.
You mean me?
Damien, many of your abilities came from this individual. However, it is not you. But the gifts that you have received, and you, Eden, and you, Jong, Brack, Wu, they are connected to the bishops. Again, if I say too much, I apologize. Let me know if there are any problems with your own memories or if you start having migraines. That would not be what I wish. The bishops are more than just powerful figures in the organization. They represent your ties to Aesir. Which makes the Kraken's disappearance even more concerning. I would like to believe that my friend is driven by a goal. But we'll only have to wait and see.
What laws in particular did we break?
I was wondering that myself.
I'll tell you as best as I can. Give me 1 minute. If there's any like side conversations that are happening, go ahead and do that. There might not be, but just give me 1 moment. I want to make sure I pull this up.
Does this all line up with you guys? Do you guys not have any memory of the first floor?
Oh, no, but who does?
I mean, at least for the moment, we should take what he's saying as the truth.
Damien, you are so gullible.
I mean, you can accept this or defy it, but you can't deny it.
What I'm not going to do is take everything this stranger
You
says to
can
heart.
you can defy, but you can deny as well. It's just like
You
can't
can
force.
deny it, but you
can't.
cannot
It's all
deny
a
it.
choice. You can. It's all a choice. So,
If it did happen, then how can you deny
Do you
it?
know that it happened?
I don't
I mean,
believe
do you
that.
know that it didn't happen?
No.
So we're right in the
But I
middle.
don't have to take his word for it. That's all.
Just a little more time.
If I had something to do with your guys' memory loss, though, I'm sorry.
Damien, you lost your memories too.
Yeah, but...
David, there's no way that you did anything to my memory that I wouldn't have wanted you to do.
Maybe.
You.
But so much of this confusion might be my fault.
But
there's only one person to blame for all this, Damien, and it's not you.
Exactly.
You asked about your broken laws. I will be upfront in saying that there are some things that I cannot share.
Shocker.
Jong, when you died, do you remember anything about what happened after?
No.
Jong, you might not be aware of this, but you died that day. And through the intervention of no outside force, no god, no individual with powers of restoration, you brought yourself back from the brink. You were dead, and you brought yourself back to life through your abilities as a member of the Kun family. No one else assisted in this but you alone. You broke a law of the tower that day.
You can't be serious.
I am entirely serious. Don't I look it?
You think I have the power to bring myself back from death? And you think it comes from my family? Tell me then, what power is this that's so great that I was cast out of said family?
That's the thing. The power was so simple, but your body reacted to it on its own. Your body knew what it had to do to survive, and it did so. Yours was a rare gift. And with that broken law, that never leaves your soul. That broken law remains. You defied death that day. And as one of the 5 pillars of this spell, you are responsible for humanity, perseverance, emotion. For all of that ends in death.
Well, it sounds like you're wrong again. Because I did die that day, and the person who woke up wants nothing to do with any of those things you just mentioned. Got one job while I'm alive here, and it's got nothing to do with humanity.
Eden, as I'm sure you're aware of by now, you have the gift of flames. These flames represent order. For the sake of this individual, I will not divulge anything that he wouldn't wish for me to. But Eden, how well do you know your father?
kind of flinches at the mention. I thought I knew him pretty well. Is he wrapped up in this?
Not quite in all of this, no. I think it would be best for you to talk to him.
It's kind of hard. I'm sure you understand.
Right. I do know a bit about your ordeal. But I do believe that someday you will see him again, and when you do, perhaps you will share some answers. But I can say this. Your blood is what makes you special. Your blood is impossible. And it allows you to represent rule. That is your broken law. Your very blood.
So, my blood represents order and rules.
Right.
Did I get that right?
You are correct.
Lovely. Should have known I could never escape that fate.
He's looking at you. Right.
And what about it makes it so damn special?
Many things. You are impossible. And that's why your soul contains that broken law.
That makes no sense.
I know. But again, for fear of saying too much and for fear of speaking where I shouldn't, I would advise you seek out your father. He turns to Damien.
Mission.
Damien Frog. He smiles at you. How are you?
I am okay, considering the circumstances. I am curious which law that I broke. I'm no one special.
Now, Damien, you do realize that Fluxfalk is my daughter, correct?
Yes.
And you and Fluxfalk are quite close, I take it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Interesting. Is there anything I should know?
No, sir.
Very good. If you wish to talk to me about it anytime, just let me know.
I thought we were talking about broken laws.
Damien, you might have broken it.
Oh, no.
You broke the worst one, bro. Run!
Bro,
Is
Tyrseth got the shoddy in it.
Is that the lie broke?
He didn't talk to the dad first before he got permission to date her.
You ain't got the blessing, dog. What are you doing? No.
He got the wrong blessing. He got the wrong one.
Oh, god damn it.
Wait, hold on. Wait. This is all happening so suddenly.
Back to the
He's
topic
not holding
at
a
hand.
shotgun yet.
Anyway, your broken law, Damien. You wish to know more about it, yes?
Yes, very curious about it.
Well, in a way, you are not too dissimilar from Eden, but not quite in the same way. With Eden, she is an impossibility. Her blood shouldn't exist. With you, your blood goes back many generations, as I'm sure you're aware to an extent.
That's not possible. I'm no one special.
That's exactly the point. Your bloodline traces back to a people that existed in the tower long, long ago. Now, the blood itself isn't what makes you special. It's a little more complex. It's your brain. Not so dissimilar to your memories, in fact. Do you know anything about the frog family, or where they come from?
Not really.
Do you know why you're able to change your body in the way that you do?
I really don't.
Believe it or not, this actually has to do with Nissan. You see, when we first discovered Nissan, we thought he could have been the pillar that you now fill. And that's because Nissan was capable of transformation to an extent, an ability that some beastkin are able to activate. We thought that this transformation ability would be able to represent a broken law. However, it did not quite work out. But you represent something quite close. In addition, your friend, your mentor, Scopio Balrock, if you, for some reason, were unable to fill this pillar, he would be another candidate. Because both of you, your brains, even if you don't remember it, the brain unconsciously remembers a time before there was a king of the tower, a time before all of that, a time when all that existed in this tower was life. You represent life, adaptation, and therefore chaos. You were able to create your little frog friend. A friend that I understand is not capable of existing entirely on his own.
Yeah. That's true.
That little froggy friend of yours. He may not be anything special, but he represents memories you have long forgotten. This is another area where I will not say too much.
Life and chaos.
Life cannot exist without chaos. Eden represents order, and you represent life. They may not appear to be opposites, but in a way, your bloodlines, your memories, they are opposites. In a way.
Even more so, I need to find my father.
He turns to Wu. Wu. Before I go any further, go ahead.
Wu is like, this isn't right. Why does it sound like I've heard this before? This isn't right. It doesn't make any sense. He's full of shit. Can't.
He walks a little closer to you and gets on your level. Before I go any further, I would like to say, we will get her back. That is a promise.
Well, I'll get her back. That's a promise to you.
He smiles. I would love nothing more. Wu, he stands back up. Are you aware of what is housed within your body?
But keep talking about this. I don't get it. I understand it a little bit, but not really. But all I'm concerned with is that I never, and I know I never, acquiesced to anything that you had to say. I would never call you my father. I already had one, and he was a piece of shit. And the only one that I've ever had, you won't even let me see. I would never trust you. So whatever you have to say, and whatever it is that is this entity, if they contracted with you, we're gonna have to talk. Because I don't buy it.
Wu, you... Even before the second floor, you never did call me that. But I never took offense. I understand you've led a very painful life. And I know your father is to blame for much of it. It's disgusting. Being from the Lopobia family, this may not be a huge shock. There have been moments where you've felt as if nature were at your beck and call, correct?
I'm the king, or as it were. Yeah.
You and that king are intertwined, can never be separated. Even amongst similar cases, you are a special case of this phenomenon. You don't represent life or order or death. You represent the very forces of nature itself. You represent a need for disaster, for example. Not the same as chaos. For when nature's disasters occur, it is not chaotic. It is to reset the balance. You represent nature in many ways, but not the nature that we are accustomed to now. A very primal nature. A nature that existed far before this tower's foundation was laid. Perhaps a nature that existed far before this universe. But that is just me speculating, really. I could talk about this for so long.
I'm glad you're having fun. Just answer me this. You and him made a deal, didn't you?
Maybe he should tell you the truth of that. Brack. He turns to you. Kay, would it be possible for Brack to listen in on this, to show himself? I would very much like to see him.
That, sir, is a no can do. Because I'm planning for it to wipe his mind the second I go to sleep.
You really think you can protect him? You really think you can be his shield? You really think that he isn't capable of growing on his own?
It's not that he's incapable of growing, it's just that he's fragile.
Will you be able to cushion him from reality forever?
No. My job is just to get him to the finish line. What he does once he gets there is up to him.
I see. Then I will share about Brack another day. Now, contrary to what I had said, you 5 are pillars, but a 6th pillar is also required, and that would be me. He puts his hand on his chest. I represent fate. For many reasons, one of which is because I am from the outside of the tower. I hesitate to call myself an irregular, for the way I entered was unique, to say the least. But whatever you wish to call me, I'm responsible for purity and peace. Now, with these broken laws embedded into your very souls, once you have grown to an acceptable level, we can activate the spell, and we can return this tower to how it was meant to be, without harming anyone whose dreams are pure. Jahad, the great families you so despise, we can fix things. We can cure this disease that the tower is calling to cleanse, begging. Do you have any questions that I could possibly answer?
How do you know if your dreams are actually pure? And what happens to those whose aren't?
Remember what I said about morality? And how one person may think they know what is right, and one person may think they know what is wrong. Who's to say who is right? Eden, you have your own set of morals and values. Do you believe that you hold the truth in all of these matters?
I work with what I'm given. But even today has shown that I don't know shit.
That really wasn't my question. Do you think that your own sets of morals and values are the truth?
They're right for me. And my interests.
Exactly. But don't you agree, or would you agree, that there is a good, there is a wrong? Anyone, I don't mean to specifically pick on poor Eden.
Sure, I think there's variances and shades throughout the entire spectrum.
Would you say that killing someone unjustifiably is unequivocally wrong?
Yeah.
Would you say that someone who commits these acts shows no remorse, no regret, there's no reparation, they do it for their own selfish desires?
Killing somebody is unequivocally wrong? How many people have died under your watch?
That's not what I had said. Killing itself is not unequivocally wrong. It goes much deeper than that. Now, as you and I know, it's very complicated. All that matters is what the tower needs. We can say we're doing this for us, and that is partially true. I would wholeheartedly admit there is a selfish desire in me to fulfill people's dreams. In fact, that is my dream. But the tower itself, in a way, has a dream that I think I can fulfill. We can fulfill.
At the expense of whom?
Whoever is poisoning it. Whoever the tower deems poisonous to its own existence.
And what if it deems you poisonous?
Then I would gladly accept that fate. Because it would serve the greater good of the tower itself.
So, you speak as though everything you do in this mission, this goal of yours, is in the best interest of the tower, correct?
Of course.
What makes you think we care about the tower?
Like I said, that is my desire. But regardless, once this spell is completed, and once everything is resolved, this new world, this new tower will be a place without this toxin, without this unequivocal wrong. And we can pick up the pieces and create a tower where dreams can indeed become reality, and where tests are no longer necessary and administrators aren't forcing regulars to kill each other for no reason at all. We can create a world without children starving in the streets. And it could all be done without the need for argument or war, any of it. We just have to trust in what the tower needs. There was a time I lived in it. I lived in the tower when it didn't have this toxin. It didn't have these issues. Of course, human beings will commit wrongs. Nothing will ever change that. But if the alternative is letting a tyrant who could never be removed from his seat determine what is right and what is wrong, and determine the rules that we live under, and during this entire time, millions upon millions suffer, and hundreds at the top get to thrive because they're high rankers. I never believed in rankers or regulars. What is the point of living in such a world?
Hey, Pops, time out.
Of course, I apologize for rambling so much. It really is something I'm passionate about.
I'm just very curious as to how you think that you can justify all this by that. Like that's it? That's your magnum opus? You've literally trampled on multiple people's lives just to say that? You can't be serious. Because if you're serious, again, I just have a hard time believing that I could ever follow you.
Woo, you desire freedom, yes?
Sure. I used to think so. Now, I don't know what I want.
Well, when we spoke, that was your deepest desire. This path. I understand the difficulties behind it, the reservations you may have. But through my own research and my own understanding, we don't have to play the moral knowledge of all. We don't have to claim that we, our own insignificant minds or brains, we don't have to play the part of someone who knows what is right or wrong. Freedom would be achieved through this, as you say, this simple act.
But you're not letting everybody choose. You're not letting everybody choose. As a matter of fact, you're assuming or presuming their ultimate decision. I'm not here, and I've never been here to be somebody that wants to let everybody be free. I could give a shit. It's about the people that I care about, and you've toyed with all of them and ruined their lives. For what? For what? What have you achieved in this short period of time?
Was Leaf's life perfect? Or did the system of this tower punish her for her own existence? Shion. She perks up. Are you satisfied with having been forced to live the life that you did under no fault of your own? If we're talking about forcing people to live a life, are you satisfied with that? With what happened to you and to everyone who's lived in this tower? Cal, Hugo, Smile, Boole. You say that I'm not giving people a choice, but we've never had a choice. What we've been forced to live is wrong, unequivocally.
And you think you can make it right?
I think the tower can make it right. Because the
What makes
tower
you
wasn't
so-
always this place filled with bloodshed. I remember a time when it was simpler and more peaceful than that.
Yeah, you said that before. But simpler doesn't mean not violent. Does it?
It means without the unnecessary complications that make our lives and every life in this tower, without exception, miserable in some way, shape, or form. You've all experienced misery already. That misery will only continue to grow, and your children's misery, and their children's, and our descendants, the people who live in this tower thousands of years from now. While this system is still in place, they'll be fighting and failing because under the rules that they're fighting under are corrupted. They cannot win under those rules. And so I wish to abolish those rules. These corrupted rules. I apologize if I'm getting heated about all this. It really is.
Now I see why you reached out to Brack. BB was kind of wondering as well. So, you two have the same idea, huh? It's just kind of a shame that you're both a bit misguided.
Oh. Please, indulge me.
Well, you want to take out the one that's sitting on the throne. BB wants to take out all the powers that may be as well. But the tower has already gotten a taste of having someone at the helm. So if you take down one, something else would just replace it. So what are you going to do when that something replaces it?
Through a collaborative effort, through all of us, we would set in place a system where no one single ruler could ever hope to dominate the world. The only reason that Jahad sits on his throne, completely devoid of any fear of being removed, the only reason is the contracts that he made. Of course, he is powerful. Who could ever hope to topple him? Thousands of years from now, I'm sure many other powerful regulars or irregulars will enter this tower. And when they do, what's stopping them? The contracts that he's made, the system he's put in, the very system he's put in place. Now, you may disagree with that, but that is how I view it. A system that, while within it, it is impossible to break free of.
I guess we'll just have to wait and see and play your game.
Okay. Were you aware when I had conversed with Brack?
Oh, I'm always listening. Always watching.
I may have looked different than I am now. I apologize for taking such a form. But when I did, I offered other ideas that could be if my own plan didn't succeed. Warfare and weapons. Weapons, warfare, bloodshed and loss. As you all can attest to after losing your loved ones, that is something that, he clutches his chest, it's a hole that can never be filled. A wrong that can never be righted. If it's within my power to stop such a thing from taking place, I will stop it.
I just want to say that your ideal is admirable.
Well, thank you.
It's just the tower operates in a different philosophy than the one that you're trying to employ. With that being said, there are losers and there are takers. Now, the losers, they normally try to see the light of day. They lose something, they try to look on the brighter side and find the good somewhere in it. But the takers don't think about all of that. They just continue to take, even overindulging in taking more and more and more for themselves. Sometimes, as you said, for the status or rank. In other cases, it's more so for the pleasure of causing someone to lose. Again, your cause is admirable. But as long as that ideology exists within the tower, there will always be someone who wants to be the next king. Even if you put another system in place to try to prevent that from happening, there will arise an individual, not because we want it to happen, but because the tower wants it to happen. And when that happens, that person will be a force that we might not even be able to stop. It might have to wait on the next generation to take them out.
How many people will die along the way? Innocents.
However many is needed in order to accomplish the goal.
So you justify the ends, you justify the means by the end.
I didn't justify the ends meets the end, or the ends meets the goddamn the means meets the end, because it is not a position that I hold. It's just what the reality of the situation is. If I had it my way, I'd take them all down by myself, but I'm incapable.
Exactly. I am giving you a chance to be capable of such a thing.
Yes, but your chance also ruins the lives of thousands, if not tens of thousands, if not millions, if not billions of other people. Because there will be retaliation for going against someone of that magnitude, and there will be repercussions. Just even if they get a whiff of your plan, which they will, because they have eyes everywhere. How the hell do you think I was created?
I hear you. I really do. Cecil and Dante are my oldest friends, aside from my wife, who is still with us to a certain degree. And believe me when I say that they have voiced these concerns. It is a terrible responsibility. Because again, the presence of a moral arbiter in and of itself causes questions and problems. But your notion that while this ideology of the tower remains, do you not agree with me then, that that ideology is a poison?
It is a poison, but it needs a solution that is stronger than just take out the head.
I hear you. And I'm afraid I cannot talk on this topic for too much longer.
It's fine, you know. I'll just be here, sitting. Do you have any grape gushers over there?
Of course, we have a variety of different snacks and drinks. I didn't realize you were such a connoisseur.
Oh, yes. I love sweets, you know. BB, he hates them. Bad experience, but I need them.
Are you sure he won't complain when you put that into your body? You do share a body,
he won't
after
know.
all.
I'll phase it out. He won't know.
I see.
Phase it out? Huh?
Regardless.
You mean like the natural phasing? I'm sorry.
We don't need to dwell on it, I believe. Anyway, aside from that, do you all have any other questions regarding Aesir, or perhaps Fluxfalk or Kyrie? I do not wish to leave you in the dark when I could give you answers.
Yeah, actually.
Of course, John.
Kyrie is your responsibility. He's part of your group, the one that betrayed you and kidnapped Leaf. How do we find him?
A great question. Tracking down Leaf will be no easy task, but it happens to be something that is doable. You see, Roses, under the influence of Mammon's greed, was able to surpass Zygus's powers of teleportation, creating portals where when you enter through one end, you can appear on the other. This ability is paramount to Aesir, which is why Zygus is, of course, one of our knights. But Roses took that ability a step further. There is a realm, a sort of plane of existence parallel to our own. There are many, in fact, some of which you may have heard of. But there is one plane of existence that is essentially nothing but a void. Things can exist there, of course, but it's a dangerous place. I know because it's where my wife is from. She is from that very void. And so was Kyrie.
What, a demon?
My wife was what you... My wife is what you would call a demon. Demons that could take on human form. When I first met her, she was pregnant. She was abandoned by her own kind. Soon after I met her, she gave birth to Kyrie. But Kyrie is not just a demon. Kyrie is half human as well. He served as the perfect representative of all the broken laws I could have asked for. However, it unfortunately did not work out. It was complicated, and I made possibly the greatest mistake of my life. One that every day I regret with every fiber of my being. I treated Kyrie as if he was just a tool. My wife, she saw us as a salvation from where she had come from, and so she didn't stop me when she should have. She was also very ill, you see, and we put Kyrie through experiments and through trials that I now deeply regret. I hope I can someday atone for my sins. Hence why, if the tower deems me unnecessary, I don't mind being purged for my sins. On the contrary, if the tower deems that I have in some way even paid off a fraction of my sins, then all the better. Regardless, the experiments with Kyrie, it made him unstable. He wasn't a fitting pillar for this spell, and he grew resentful. The only being that he could ever relate to and befriend, enjoy the company of, was a fellow demon. Fluxfalk was found on the 134th floor. She was nothing more than a wriggling worm. That's how Jahad described it. When he found her, I'll never know if it was out of pity or curiosity. When he found her outside the gates to the 135th, he simply donated the tortured creature to the workshop, where she remained for thousands of years, frozen in stasis, ever to remain a mystery. What was this creature, they asked. They named her the Black Thrissa. However, after the workshop and Fug split off, and after Aesir officially became what it is today, as a parting gift, the workshop gave me her. She really was just a small little thing. Was she abandoned by her kind? Was she tossed away for some unknown reason? A reason we'll never know, I will never know. Jahad stopped such answers from being possible when he barred access to the 135th. But either way, I took her in. Fluxfalk was nothing more than a little baby demon. And, of course, over time I slowly grew closer to her. At first, all she could do was feel pain. She couldn't even respond to words. She didn't understand what a language even was. But under my care and guidance, she was able to grow. Slowly. I introduced her to friends, even if she was just in a testing tube. She liked Smile and Boole and Percy the best. However, well, before that, Kyrie saw Fluxfalk as the only thing that he could latch on to, for even his own mother had seemingly betrayed him. He had never known what it was like inside of that void, that parallel plane of existence. But he knew that Fluxfalk was like him. He would talk to her and converse with her in her testing tube. And as she grew, he grew happy whenever he was with her. Of course, everything went wrong with Kyrie. He grew angry at his own mother. Due to her illness, my wife, well, she was going to pass away. For death comes for all of us in the end. He looks at Zhang. We were able to preserve her body, but she passed on, and Kyrie grew furious. When we dubbed her the Mother of Aesir, he grew even more angry, claiming that we had used her to achieve our own personal goals, to fulfill our own greed. We had to reduce his role in Aesir for many reasons. His anger and his nature being most of them. You can tell it's very hard for him to talk about. And when he rebelled, I was forced to place a seal on him. I used a spell to send him into the void, never to return. I should have treated him as if he were my son. For he was right. I had learned my lesson, and I treated Fluxfalk as my own daughter. She eventually grew to a point where she could converse and understand language. Her development proceeded so smoothly that we were able to grant her a human body. And after letting her experience what it was like to live in these bodies, male, female, human, beastkin, without telling her what it meant, she decided on one body in particular, one that she claimed was her favorite. And that was the body of a red witch. Once she had gained control of the body, of course, it changed, but that was what it was. And through this merging of body and soul, this possession, Fluxfalk was able to merge with this body and gain some of that Red Witch's abilities. Hence why she is the medium between you and your fate abilities. Fluxfalk does not remember much of Kyrie, or his visits to her chamber or her testing tube. Most of her memories are from after she was given her body. But the closeness that she feels with Smile, Bool, Percy, and the rest of Aesir is undeniable. She sees us as her family, and I am lucky to call myself her father. And I'm very proud of who she has become. He looks at you, Damien. I know I have you to thank for some of that.
Yes, well, this has certainly been a lot of things to take in.
I hesitate to say more because I'm afraid of a lot of things. But I hope I was able to shed some light on some questions you've had during your climb. Questions that now that you're on the 30th floor, you are very well entitled to know the answers to.
I have one more question. Victor, what will it take to save him?
He can be healed. I can say that much. I cannot say how long the healing process will take. Kyrie essentially froze the very Shinsu inside of his own body, his very soul. In a sense, Victor is caught between life and death. If I make a mistake in the healing and restorative process, his soul may escape his body, and he may die. And because when Kyrie rebelled and used that ability on others only to consume their very life force, I have not had a chance to experiment with this. However, as you saw with Bool, I am gifted in the art of healing. And I will do my best to restore him to his proper state. After seeing his petrified body, I do believe it is more than possible. However, it may take many years. But believe me when I say, we will take good care of him.
I see. I'm sorry, sir, but all I can think about right now is Fluxfalk. I'd like to leave if that's all right.
You wish to see her?
Yes.
You may ask my permission.
May I have permission to go see your daughter?
Of course. Just know that there are cameras everywhere in this ship, and so think of me as a chaperone, always there by your side.
Yeah, no problem. Will do. Anyways, I'll be back soon, guys.
Take care, Damien. Take care. All right, Damien gets up and starts to leave. Cal says, hey, Damien.
Cal, come on. This is like, it's like, I mean, you get it, right, man? I'll be back, okay? I'll be back.
All right, fine. I see how it is. Okay. See ya. Damien leaves the room. Anyway, any other questions from anyone? I'm afraid we don't have too much more time.
How many years you talking?
I'm hoping no more than 10, 15.
Right.
The problem is, I do have all of the people of Aesir under my watch. And I do have limits to my own body. I will not be able to heal him for 15 years straight, or however long it takes. The years that I've stated account for that, however.
Load him up with questions, Ian. Stop this. This is ridiculous. No, load him up. 10 questions. Let's let him fly.
Well, I can answer as many as I can attempt to. Woo, you seem to have many questions on your mind. Go ahead. Shoot.
I have no questions. I was just following what my friend said. Everything that you say makes me feel sick to my stomach. I don't trust you. You're a piece of shit. If you would like to prove yourself, please expand. If not, you only prove yourself in one way, and that's helping me help the one person in this world that I care about. Now, if you can't do that, shut the fuck up. You self-righteous, over grandstanding piece of shit. Where's my master? Can't even talk to him. No? Oh, because you gotta talk about shit. I hate you. Can't stand you. You're not my dad. You never were. Go to sleep.
You're worried about Zushi. Zushi is recovering in a room that we've prepared for him, with Brooke by his side. I do love a good romance.
He would never accept that.
I'm afraid he was given no choice, and not because we forced him, but because he did run his body a little bit too hard fighting Dante. I do apologize. I know Dante can overdo things.
You know what, Pups? Your semantics are next level. He didn't have a choice, but he had a choice.
What I mean is that he was unconscious. I'm trying to explain this the best that I can.
I hate you!
I understand.
I hate you.
I know you do. It's all right. Hey, it's okay. It's really okay.
Stepdad can't catch a break.
What I will...
Maybe you should go see him.
Strumming the cittern.
It's fine, Will. You can go if you want. We won't be long here.
I can't go anywhere until he tells me how he plans to help Leaf.
He gets serious. I was able to send Kyrie into that world. But that world is not meant for humans. Leaf does not have much time. I don't know how time flows in that world. But I do know that it is not too dissimilar to our own. At the moment, we do not have a sure way to access. I was only able to do so at great cost of my own body. And I was only able to do so because of the seals I placed on Kyrie. I believe Zygus would be able to do what Roses did and access a portal into that parallel world. It would be dangerous, and he would have to practice it. He's never done so before. But I believe the best way to do so is to recruit your aid, in fact, if you were so willing. I believe there is something you could do to assist us in this process of rescuing Leaf.
What would that be?
He kind of lets out a sigh. Well, you've heard of the Hell Train, yes?
Once or twice.
The Hell Train is an express that takes regulars from the 35th floor to the 43rd floor. I'm sure there's been times in your climb where you've been forced to travel for unnecessary distances or wait to take your tests. This train bypasses that need. It is a very quick way to climb those floors. Of course, it is also more dangerous.
You really think that I would acquiesce to this as a means of finding her? You really think after the way you strung us all along this whole time that this makes any sense?
I'm getting to the part where it makes sense if you would let me speak. I'm sorry, I know I've been talking quite a bit, but there are many questions to answer. He pulls out his cittern. Mirror, mirror, you must enter the mirror train room. And he plays another note. No one, or not many, know of this, but there is a hidden floor on the Hell Train. You will not be accessing this hidden floor. However, using a similar means, you will be doing essentially what Leaf just did. Accessing a parallel to the train. I've never been on this parallel myself, but using those self-same powers of the mirror, you'll be accessing what I've dubbed the mirror train. You see, with the power of the mirror that resides at the end of the Hell Train, an artificial floor was created. What you may not know is using those powers, an artificial train within the Hell Train can also be created. I know this is all so very complicated, but as a former member of the workshop, I did assist in some of its development, and I will say this. This won't be easy. You would essentially be entering through the Hell Train all on your own. You will have to go through trials. You may even see things that make you uncomfortable. But you will climb through this Hell Train and clear this mirror train in almost exactly the same way you would the regular Hell Train. Think of it as the hidden floor expanded. Because I've never been able to access this floor, being who I am, there are secrets there that I would like you to discover. Specifically spells. It is said that once a legendary scholar entered the train, and of course, his companions and his fans waited for him on the other side. But he never emerged. As a regular with knowledge beyond compare, he never managed to come out the other end. And of course, he died, surely. His body was never discovered. Oh, well, perhaps he had chose to spend his days on the hidden floor. Of course, only scholars could discuss that, for those who had actually entered the hidden floor have their memory removed. I believe that scholar, and all of his knowledge and research, for he was a spell weaver, entered what I've dubbed the mirror train. If you retrieve this knowledge for me, I truly believe it would be paramount to accessing the world of the demons, where Leaf is currently trapped. Of course, during that time, we'll be doing our own research, and Zygus will be practicing for the very moment we delve in to rescue her. Keep in mind, Leaf's venom may be able to sustain her life force while inside that dimension, but all of you will be putting your lives at risk. Although I'm sure Zygus would be more than happy to accompany you and take you out once we find her. That's it. That is all.
Hold on. If that's all, then if that's the plan, yeah, of course my life will be at risk. I don't care. I don't care if I die. She needs to be okay. Take me with him.
First, we'll need that knowledge. I have reason to believe, that some of his spells may be key to accessing that world. The world, strum, of the void, strum.
What's this guy's name?
No one knows. He was simply known as the Sage. The
We're
miracle
looking
worker.
For a scholar.
A scholar who I'm sure is long dead. This was thousands of years ago, and he was but a regular. But go on.
We're looking for this knowledge on a mirror train, which is only accessible through the Hell train, which might give you information on how to get into this portal room to save Leaf, who is currently and actively dying just from being there. And probably also has to contend with Kyrie. Does that sound right?
It is possible that what you say is true, and that she is in the danger that you so speak of. But I would like to think that Leaf is capable of surviving during the amount of time we need to obtain this knowledge. She is quite skilled, after all. And as much as it pains me to see her... Of course she isn't.
You think
but
he's just
what
gonna leave her
if
alone?
You're assuming that when they entered the void, they entered together? We don't know anything about how they emerged. I also know this. Every time Kyrie has sought out someone to consume, it has always been the ones who would replace him as the pillars of Aesir, which Leaf is not. Kyrie may be many things, but is he a cold-blooded murderer? I don't believe so. When he kills, it's for a purpose.
So freezing Victor was for some purpose of his.
His attempt was to petrify all of you. Victor simply heroically took the blast. What about... Hugo speaks up. What about Lou? He says, what about Ace? Where's she? You mean our newest pawn? She is...
Your nose what?
She is a pawn of Aesir. Were you not made aware of this?
How would we know that?
You're right, that is totally my bad. She is off on a mission, but her job will be short. She's with Starman, one of our knights. And Zygus, in fact, also went with her. Although now I see that Zygus was sent with them as a part of Rose's ploy. Something I failed to see through.
I thought Percy was supposed to be with Zygus.
We still haven't located Percy.
Ah.
I know he is alive, however. If we do all this, says Shion, We get Leaf back. We get Victor back. Then what? What comes after that? A great question. Jong, you are a very lucky man. The question is a valid one. I would hope that you continue to climb the tower. I would hope that Kyrie remains locked within that void. At least until we can achieve Aesir's goal. Now, I'm afraid I do have matters to attend to, but if there was another question that I could answer before I leave, please, by all means.
You said Scopio was Damien's backup, right?
Backup isn't the word I would use, but Scopio is able to do similar things. A similar sort of power that Damien's ancestors also had. That is all. I cannot confirm if Scopio would be a proper replacement. I'm not sure if he'd even be willing. He's quite a powerful ranker. He'd probably be quite furious with me. Go ahead.
Who are our other backups? Who are the other contingency plans?
Can I be honest with you?
I sure as hell hope you have been this whole time.
Oh, I have. Believe me.
I don't.
Right. We do not currently have anyone who would replace you. Because I don't believe there are others out there who break these self-same laws. But I truly mean it when I say no one could fill the roles more perfectly than you. Could we find someone else? Probably. It would take years upon decades and maybe even centuries. Is it possible? Technically, yes.
Pops, can I ask you a question?
Of course, Wu. What's your question?
Now that everything's fleshed out the way that it has, and your position is such as it is, there's only one way that things advance from here, or am I wrong?
One way to advance?
Yeah, one way to advance.
What is that?
One good way. You actually get us to believe your bullshit. Without that, it looks like you're on the back leg. Everything's pretty much distraught as it is.
He hesitates. He pauses for a long while. As I said, I would not force anyone to do anything, even if they made their promises.
Let's just make a simple deal, you and I. You bring me my friend back, and I will do whatever you say. Fair enough? Can't deal with the Big Magnum bat. That's your own deal with him. But me and you, let's make our own deal.
No. I say no because you wouldn't be following me for a genuine reason. I don't want you to follow me because of a bet. I want it to be genuine.
He's good. I say this internally to the king, quote unquote, that say, oh, he's good. Okay. Fair enough.
Now, with that said, I'm going to check on Damien. I'll be right back. You all have a wonderful rest of your day. I will say this, you're more than welcome to sleep here. Tomorrow, well, the workshop will have an announcement. Declaring you the winners of the workshop battle. The event was, and he hesitates, it'll be explained tomorrow. Anyway, have a wonderful day, all of you, and I truly thank you for listening to my words. It was a good time.
Dang, that just whited out. But do our pockets work in this room?
Now maybe. Now that it's over.
You look at your pockets, and they do work. They are active.
Okay, so Kay immediately texts Damien. Damien.
So
abort mission.
I will cut to
Abort
that
mission.
text, but we're gonna first cut to Damien from when he left the room. So Damien, what do you do once you leave? Once you left the room, what was happening for you?
Oh boy, where to begin? What do I even? I guess I go the way I came.
Sure. Okay. So like back towards the beginning of the Xeno.
Yeah.
Okay.
That might be a good place to look.
Yeah, sure. You start retracing your steps, walking, and you
Not
run
like rushing or anything.
Okay. Can I help you, Damien? You run into Glorfin. You notice that Glorfin has some cuts and bruises, but he's still standing after the debacle.
Oh, Glorfin. Nice to see a friendly face. I'm looking for Fluxfalk.
Fluxfalk? Well, she's probably in her room.
Oh, the one with the big test tube, or
what?
That's where is her room exactly?
Her bedroom. You know,
right,
where
of course.
where she sleeps.
Regular bed where people sleep.
Right.
Yep.
She has like a bed and stuff. I think a pillow too, probably.
Yeah.
Right.
Like a regular human, right? yeah.
He kind of raises an eyebrow. He raises an eyebrow.
Is there anything the matter, Glorfin?
I can show you where it is.
I would appreciate that. Maybe you could even just like tell me where to go.
Follow me.
All right, cool.
He takes you through the ship, up some stairs. There's like a little side area over here. And after a few twists and turns, you see these big double doors. Very large double doors. And the general vibe, the lighting is still like it's like a light green, basically. And these doors are like painted gold, essentially. And they stick out from the rest of the hallway.
Okay. All right. So I have a pretty good idea of where Flux room is now.
It's
to get from my room to Flux.
Oh, yeah. You figure like you could probably know the way now, because it wasn't that far, honestly.
All right. Okay. So this is a big door. Is there like a doorbell or something? Or like, will she hear me knock? Or
you see these like two big handles where you can like knock on the door with them, you know?
Oh, I've got a crazy idea. Okay, Glorfin. Be 20, like 10 meters back. All right.
10 meters. Okay.
I'm gonna make my entrance. Okay. All right.
Why do I have to be here for this? Do you need any help?
I mean, because I either needs to be a witness to my super cool entrance.
I have like a shiny sword if you want to use that in your entrance.
Why would I use a sword to greet Fluxfalk?
That's not what Okay.
Come on, Glorfin.
Wait, hold on. Stop.
Well, what's up? Hey.
He starts adjusting your hair. Oh my god. He pulls out some little scissors. Much better. All right. You're good to go.
Thank you. Hope that piece of hair wasn't important.
It was just like these tiny little strands.
Glorfin, we should spend more time together. If I'm gonna look, if I need to look good for every entrance I ever make, I mean, okay. Sorry, 10 meters back. All right.
You do know that he points at your shackle.
Huh?
That means you're bound to the workshop, right?
Yeah. Long story. I can explain it sometime later, but right now I really have something else on my mind.
You're right. I'm the weird one here. Go ahead.
Yeah, yes, you most definitely are. All right. Snap my fingers, summon my lighthouse. I break it all the way to the highest part of the ceiling. All right?
Yep.
I knock on the thing. And then I scurry up to my lighthouse.
No response.
Did I do the knocking thing right, Glorfin?
Yeah. You knocked on that door.
Okay, that's good. Good to know that I knocked on the door like a regular person. Well, how come she didn't answer?
She's maybe doesn't want to see you.
Well, how does she know it's me? Okay, I've got an idea. Okay, you knock on the thing. I'll be up here. It's already a lot of effort to go down.
Sure thing. He walks up to the door and starts knocking with it. Fluxfalk? Knock, knock, knock. Fluxfalk, are you in there? I think she's in there.
Okay. New idea, all right? We don't even... How do we get the door open?
Maybe we knock again. 12th time's a charm, right? And Glorfin goes, knock, knock. And then one of the doors, like, this huge door slams open and, like, Glorfin gets, like, caught with the door, like, back into the wall. What is it?
I use my power. I use my new fate power to descend from my lighthouse with my one wing through the door as sneakily as possible. Not really sneakily, but like,
Yeah. Okay. So you fly through the door from up above.
Yes.
The wing fluttering out.
I do like a superhero landing kind of deal, you know?
Okay. In her room?
Right? Yeah.
All right.
And I slowly stand up, and then I flutter my wing out, you know?
Right.
And then One Winged Angel starts playing.
Of course. Okay. We can all hear it.
It's good to see you, Fluxfalk. Fate is not to be taken lightly. This is where you respond, Fluxfalk.
She pulls at the wide door and slams it shut. You have no idea if Glorfin's okay. And,
Bro, Glorfin. No, not Glorfin.
He's like Wile E. Coyote, like peeling off the wall.
Bro, Damien roped him into his nonsense, and then he's the only
Glorfin played his part to perfection.
She shuts the door and just looks at you. And for a minute, you can't tell if she's about to smile or like laugh, but then she just puts her head down and then she like runs over to her bed in the corner and just like jumps onto it and puts her head in her hands.
The reunion is nothing to fear.
And you hear that she's crying softly. When you look around the room, you see that it's a huge room. Huge room. You can even see that where a window should be next to her bed, it's as if someone painted what would be a bright window. And she has a desk with a mirror, and you see on that desk little chocolates, a couple of stickers, frog stickers on the mirror. But aside from that, the room is totally empty.
Is there a chair that comes to the desk?
Yeah.
All right. Well, first of all, I go back over to the desk and I say, mind if I take one?
Sure. It's fine. You can take whatever you want.
Oh, this is the chocolate that we eat all the time. Oh, it has been so long since I've had anything this good. And now I drag the chair over. In the most awkward way, like, like screeching and everything.
All right, yo.
Yeah. And I sit down I sit down on the chair, like backwards, with my arms leaning on the back of the chair, like every 80s dad would do in those movies,
Mm-hmm.
So I talk to Father. And he told me quite a few things. Things that would help me understand you a little better.
You see now, don't you?
I do.
I'm not human. I want to be so bad, but I'm not.
Is that what has you upset?
You have no reason to teach me anymore.
Mm,
Because you know what I am now. And her eyes go red, and you hear like the deep voice. I'm nothing that you want to be close to.
Here's the thing. There's always something to be taught. In every moment of every day. And I wasn't teaching you because you had to be taught. I was teaching you because I wanted to.
But that was before you knew who I was. Before you knew the truth that I was too scared to say.
Are you not Fluxfalk anymore?
I hear this voice in my head sometimes. And it's me. I know it's me. It's telling me that I can't become human. I feel like it's the body that I possessed. It's resisting me. It doesn't want me.
What does it mean to be human?
You.
Me? Youth.
What? You know, it's you and Eden and Brack and Wu and even Victor, I guess. They're all human.
So you have to be me to be human?
Damien, you know that I'm not. You know that I'm just a monster. You know I was just a worm when he found me, right? Wriggling on the floor, in pain. Probably abandoned by the ones that I don't even remember.
He did tell me that. That is true. Doesn't really change things, though. I was bound to find out eventually, I mean. That's all you are, just a worm?
Some call me devil or demon. Never human. Oh, I gotta... Give me a sec.
I mean... Okay, go ahead.
I'm just closing chat. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah? They seen hilarious stuff?
Maybe.
Well, I mean, to be fair, humans don't often call people humans. Doesn't happen on my day-to-day. I've never been like, hello, fellow human. Oh, actually, I did that with Glorfin today, but...
Glorfin, you... Glorfin's human, and Smile, and Bool, and Percy.
Are you really so different from any of them? Are you really so different from me? Come on.
Feel my hand, Damien. She reaches it out.
I touch your hand.
I'm cold. And you're warm.
Oh, we could always turn up the heat. I mean, you know.
Damien, we're not the same.
I mean, none of us are, really, if you think about it. It's what gives everyone their unique differences. It's really what it is. So what if you're not a human by conventional means? You're still you. You're still capable of thought. You have hopes and dreams like a person. You're capable of feeling sad, lonely, happy, angry.
I mean, but didn't you teach
I
me
guess. Well, there's teaching, and then there's execution. I mean, you must have heard of it before, but
Yeah,
you
it's
can
when
teach
you
someone.
murder someone in cold blood, right?
I mean, you can teach someone to murder, but if you think about it, that doesn't necessarily mean the person who learned murdering is going to murder someone. Listen, I think really what I'm trying to get at is that it doesn't matter to me. I still care for you.
Why?
Because you are you. That's a simple enough answer, I think. That's just how I feel.
But what if I'm me? What if that me is just my body? The one that I
mean,
took over.
You are the person who is capable of thought and feeling and speaking, and a body alone can't do that.
My body isn't the one feeling.
No, it's you. It always has been.
My body isn't the one that was learning to be human.
Yes, it was you. So, don't sweat it.
You mean all that? Then it doesn't
I
change
really-
anything?
I really, truly do. Now, if you can accept me for who I am, I mean, I like some crazy things. Like food on the floor, and hot chocolate
DVDs.
mix inside of potions.
You eat DVDs,
and
right?
hollandaise sauce. Sorry?
You eat DVDs.
I mean, that was one time.
Nah, don't lie.
Don't even try that, bro. It so was not.
I also ate a DVD the other day. It wasn't so bad.
Yeah? I mean,
Which
you
one
didn't
is
do it
which
'cause you
one is
saw
your
me.
favorite though? Which DVD?
I've only ever had one DVD.
Do you remember the chocolates that you gave me? The chocolates that we ate on the second floor.
Absolutely. How could I forget?
And when I beat you in that contest because you were too slow.
Yes, you beat me in the contest.
And I
No,
beat you
let's
again
not-
on the 20th
Yeah,
floor.
let's not speak too loud, okay?
I thought about those moments, and I thought that chocolate tasted so delicious, but when I eat the chocolate without you, it doesn't taste the same.
Whenever I have chocolate, I remember those contests. And how badly I want to win.
You want to have another competition?
Yes. More than anything.
Just be warned. I will
This
win
time I'm
for a
gonna
third
win.
time.
There's no way.
But before we do, can I say something?
What's up?
It's kind of a weird emotion, and I'm still sort of learning it, but you said something, and I thought about it, and I think it's true. She leans forward a little bit. I love you, Damien.
Yep, and we sure are good pals. Yep, yep, for sure. No, I'm just.
That was metagame?
I love you too, Flux. And, well, I'm glad we can talk like this. Man, I really should have just... It really is my own fault. Our whole reason for our fight, which our fight, I did win, by the way. The fight that I definitely won in the cave.
She starts leaning in closer to you. What do you do?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I give her a high five, of course, like any, couple would do.
Is that the truth?
I just see Milios.
Is that what Damien does?
No.
So,
I of course, I gingerly kiss her.
And right as you do, your lips touch, the doors burst open. And it's time! And Father comes strumming in with his cittern.
No.
It's time for us to play a game. What do you want to play? Monopoly? Candyland? Shoots and Ladders? What did you want to play, Fluxfalk? Damien, you can of course join us. Fluxfalk quickly breaks away.
See, Flux, my breath doesn't smell that bad now, does it?
No, well, honestly, it just smelled like it normally does. I mean, Father, it's so good to see you. Of course, it's good to see me. And now the three of us are going to play a game, have dinner, go see the sights.
I didn't get a chance to say inside of that room that we were all in previously, but
what did you want to say?
Thank you for telling us what you could tell us, but you say that the world has a toxin. Along those lines, what if, and maybe this sounds crazy, but what if I like the world the way it is?
Damien, I love the world the way it is too, because there's still good. The tower isn't totally corrupted. There's still, well, life and love. Like Jong and Shion! And he strums his cittern. Oh, and Brooke and Zushi!
That's too much, bro. I'm gonna need you to step it back. That's too much, bro. Keep the conversation amongst yourselves, all right?
No. Keep it there. Because we get tired of the slow burn. Keep it there.
I don't know what he's talking about. Keep it to yourself. Relax.
No, but
I mean,
I do understand what you're saying, Damien. But if
what I
our plan
really mean
follows
is-
through, those things won't disappear. There'll be only more of it.
I mean, what if the will of the tower isn't the will of everyone? What if the tower decides that there should just be no will and just get rid of everyone? Wouldn't that be also very true? What if death is the only solution? What if that's what the tower's decision comes to? If that's the will of the tower, then I wouldn't be able to stomach that kind of plan.
Do you trust in the tower? There's no wrong answer here. I'm genuinely asking.
I'm afraid I don't know enough about the tower to say I can trust it.
I lived in this tower before Jahad, for many years. Was it perfect? No. Could you even say the tower was pure and without corruption? No. For no living thing can naturally be pure from top to bottom, not when human beings reside inside of it. But it was a land free of restriction and free of the tyranny that we are now under, a tyranny that we cannot hope to replace through warfare and violence. Although I do hear you, Damien. And I think your opinions are valid. We should think on this more. The night, you may not realize it because we're inside the Xeno. However, it is getting late, and I think it'd be best if we all had some rest.
Yes, of course.
Your room, Damien, is down the hall and to the you know the way, correct, to your room,
Yep,
yes?
absolutely. I remember the way.
Excellent. And Fluxfalk.
It was good to see you, Fluxfalk. See you. Bye-bye.
Damien, wait. Before you leave, she just grabs your hand. Thanks. Thank you. And she lets go.
Hiki one-liner.
Sorry, what was that?
Hiki one-liner, except I don't have one.
She just, like, gets a big grin.
Yep, sometimes I amaze myself. Me, the Damien Eric Frog, I sure do.
Your room is that way, Damien.
Yeah. I know. I just was, honestly, like nothing was gonna, like, there's nothing going on. I mean, like.
Oh, I know.
I just, All right, bye.
You leave, but not before when you start walking down the hall. You just see, Glorfin just rubbing his head as you walk past.
Hey, Glorfin, up high!
You see blood dripping from his forehead as he gives you a high five.
Oh. down low!
You owe that man dinner, bro. You owe that man a dinner, bro.
You want me to kiss it better or something? That's what I have to offer.
He just shoos you away. Okay.
What a nice guy he is.
We're gonna cut to the people in the room. So, Father has left. Damien is not there. This is you after Father shuts the door behind him.
I skip back to my room.
You'll be there very soon. There's just there's a moment where they're all by themselves, I think. Here.
So, what do you all think about Father's plan?
Can I be honest? I've got nothing to do with this. I've got nothing to do with any of this. So the next chance we get, I'm going to have a nice rest. And in the morning, back to Team Stexa. And I wish you all the best of luck. I really do. I hope it all goes well. True philosophy, am I right?
Why?
That is my opinion.
Exactly are you here again?
I found Bug. Right, like Stexa sent me to help you guys, and I found him.
You didn't kill him though. You failed. But anyway, I'm glad you're here.
I didn't fail. The reason.
Don't listen to them, Cal.
Should have murdered him. Yes. But
go ahead and get your rest, and make sure when you're working the die-in, you get deep. You dig deep. All right. Pleasant dreams, Cal.
Yeah, you too, man. Yeah, you too. Freaking. Huh?
Can you take me to Stacks? I don't want to be here anymore. I'm tired of all this nonsense. Doesn't make any sense.
We can just go.
Yeah, I'll go with you.
Okay, we can leave. Sure. But
John. I can't physically function anymore. If he says anything that means anything, let me know. But at this point, I already know what I want to do. And thank you for what you said.
No problem.
Let that Jue Viole motherfucker have his way. We're leaving.
Before you go, Hugo stands up.
If it isn't my silent boy, what do you want?
You don't want to know.
No, I do. As a matter of fact, I asked you. And if you weren't willing to tell me then, why now?
Because things weren't how they thought they were.
Do I seem insincere to you, Hugo?
You seem like you're in pain.
Always have been. Since the very day I was born. If anything, meeting you has made me feel a little bit better. So I would hope that I could have had the same effect. Doesn't seem like it, though.
You deserve to know. It's not a rant like that guy was going on about. Should take 2 minutes. It's pretty simple.
You have my attention.
He looks around at everyone else.
Let's go.
No. They should hear it too. They're wrapped up in this. I was raised in an orphanage. I was found and I grew up with a lot of other kids. And Sarah was one of them. She was always picked on by everyone else. God, I haven't thought about this in so long. She was picked on by the other kids. And so was I. I was different. I was always called a blabbermouth. But when Sarah played with her toys, she would always get picked on. Called names. It's as if he's just remembering.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things they called her was clown. I remember because... And he reaches in his pocket and pulls out a piece of wood. I carved one for her. And I said, it's okay to be a clown sometimes. I'm the reason. I'm the reason that she's like this.
No, you're
No.
actually being absurd if you think that it's just that.
No, there's more. The owner of our orphanage, she got sick. She had a fever. I ran out to try to find help. I found a group of men. I told them where the orphanage was. I told them to go get a doctor. And that she was in pain. And they killed them all. They raised it. Pillaged it. And did unspeakable things.
Fine with me.
I thought they were all dead. I thought they were all gone. I thought Sarah and the others.
Hugo, listen to me.
It was me. I said, I told them where it was. It was my fault.
You did what you had to do at the time. But that's irrelevant now. I promise you something right here. What you did then, that's me. I'm taking it upon myself. Me. I did that. You were never there.
What?
It was all me. All of it was me. It's something I've been dealing with for a while. It actually makes it easier if you just put it on me.
Stop it. My pain is not your pain. Don't pretend like it is. He's like pointing his finger at your chest.
Oh, and then I grab him by his chest. I'm not pretending anything. As a matter of fact, I'm not trying to belittle anything that you've dealt with. What I'm telling you is, from now on, I will share it with you. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. It's not all yours to deal with by yourself. We'll figure it out together.
He just looks down.
Wu pats his head and looks up into the sky. I'm not worthless after all. And he looks at Chong. As a matter of fact, I can be better.
I want to say something. Shion stands up. And that's when, Damien, you would have made it back.
Ta-da! I have returned.
Oh, hey,
Did
Damien.
you get my text?
He wouldn't have.
Like-
He wouldn't have seen. He wouldn't have seen it. He wouldn't have.
I'm sorry, I was very, very in the middle of something.
Oh, you sly dog.
Oh. Hey, come now, don't assume things. I was merely making Fluxfalk feel better. Like, you know,
Oh no!
in a charming, gentlemanly way. I mean, of course.
With Fluxfalk? Cal gets up. What? Are you sick? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Shion just like chuckles. Wow. Okay.
Cal, are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Oh, just leave me alone. Just leave me alone. Just leave me alone.
Cal, let me get you some water. Just take a seat.
I'm good, Damien. Just stay away from me, please. I'm good.
You act like he has the cooties.
Are those tears, Cal?
I'm not crying. I'm not crying. Stop it.
You're jealous.
Okay, you're the thing inside Brack, right? This I'm okay. You're that guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, she cut off my fingers, man. She cut them off. Okay.
Sew them back on.
That was one time, Cal.
He just looks around.
That's one time, bro. Yeah, don't the things grow back? Shut up. What are you whining about?
Oh my god, Cal, come on. That was one time.
You know what? Whatever. Woo, you wanted to leave, right? We leaving? We're heading out, right? We're going? We're gonna see Stexa? Oh my god.
Cal, you should stay.
He's like, no, I don't think I will.
Anyway, well, Damien, it's good that you're here so you can hear this.
Oh?
She's looking at Sil Young. Sil Young has been very quiet this whole time. Just smiles. Yeah, doesn't look at her, but he nods. I've talked to Sil Young. And I want to know if I can climb the tower with you all again. Will you have me, please?
Are we still doing democracy?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But I want to say this before you say anything. I don't want to travel with you so you can carry me up the tower. I don't want to be worthless anymore. I want you all to rely on me this time. Okay? Deal?
Sure, but I mean, since Brack is currently
That's what I was gonna
out
say.
of commission, and
I will
well,
also say
I mean,
that we're doing
my
democracy,
position.
though. Brack is gone. You know, Kay's opinion is not leader opinion.
No.
we didn't vote him into leadership, so
Nah, that's what I said, democracy.
Oh, okay. We can hold a vote on it, I guess, like tomorrow or something. When is?
It won't take that long. Leader. Eden. Eden.
What?
We're doing a vote to have Shion rejoin the team. Yay or nay?
Nay.
Nay?
Nay.
Like, hey?
That's my vote. You have it.
You don't say. Okay.
She just starts mumbling under her breath.
Jong, we know that's a yes from you.
No, you don't know that. Ask him.
Hey, Eden,
Jong,
can
what
I
is
ask
your
why?
vote?
I don't blame you. I just want to know why.
You saw what happened to Victor and Leaf. That target got painted on their back. And they're both paying the price for it. And we just have to trust Father that everything will be okay.
Fuck that.
You're safer traveling with Team Blessing.
You think I give a shit about being safer? Why do you think I want to climb with all of you? It's because I heard all of that!
Eden, hold on.
That's...
Real talk.
What?
You... That's it? That's how you feel? We're just gonna let Father dictate this? And acquiesce to it? Because I'm not doing that. I have no time for that.
I'm trying to keep other people from becoming bargaining chips for Father to lord over us.
Eden, you know that's not right. You know that.
You wanted my opinion. If you think it's wrong, then it's wrong. You wanted my honest opinion. You wanted my honest vote. I gave it. If you disagree with me, whatever. I know the vote's gonna go her way anyway. So why did you even ask me first?
What do you need, Eden? What do you need?
What do I need?
Yeah.
Right. She's actually right.
What?
She's right.
No, don't.
I'm sorry, but she's not wrong.
What?
I get where she's coming from. We're in a
I need
precarious
people.
position.
I need people to stop dying and sacrificing themselves for us. For a cause we don't even want to be in.
So what happens when you save Victor and Leaf? You're gonna tell them the same thing?
Yeah.
Because you know they're not gonna say yes.
But I might have to. They've done enough, as it is, for something that had nothing to do with them.
You can't be serious.
I let her believe in something that wasn't real.
You guys think you're just gonna tell them to walk away and they're gonna do it?
No, I won't give them a choice. Either they walk away or
You don't
they
get to make that choice for them.
Of course not. That is their choice to make, as it was her choice to do what she did.
Well, if
And
you wanted to turn all these people away, you should have done that on the second floor. Don't you think it's a little bit late for that?
What do you suggest? Continue to string them along? Allow these situations to happen over and over again?
You're acting as if we have no agency in all of this. You're acting as if we're just puppets. You're puppets. Well, we're not. We're people too. And we can make our own decisions, even
Then
knowing
why
all
did
of
you
this.
ask for my vote? My vote sways, my
You're right.
voice sways, my rules sway,
No,
my order sways.
You're right, because with democracy, right, Damien? Democracy, right?
Well, before I make my decision, which may make or break this entire vote, let me ask you, Shion. Do you want to join? Do you really want to join us?
Yes.
And you understand the risks that are involved in that, even if we don't fully understand the risks ourselves.
Yeah.
And you will be very upset if I say no, correct?
I'm upset at the reasoning. It's... But I can't force you. If you all vote me out, I'm out.
Well, you answered all 3 questions, so I'm gonna say yes.
It's never about you, Shion. I would never vote you out of anything. If anything, we need you now more than anything. I just don't want to keep making the same mistakes in my life. If you can help me avoid that, and you can look me in the eye and say that, then I'll believe in you too.
Look me in the eye then, Will. Because I want to help you, and I want you to help me. Jog.
Wu extends his arm to her. And grasps it. I won't ever question you again. Keep me in check, okay?
Yeah. She looks at Eden. I'm sorry for snapping at you. You have a right to your opinion.
It's fine. You've never held back before.
Yeah, I probably won't stop now.
This warms the heart.
Well,
Jong, what is your vote?
She looks back at Jong.
Oh, Xian's an adult, and more importantly, her, along with Victor and Leaf, are already in this situation, whether we like it or not. So, half-heartedly dismissing them out of some fear they're going to get hurt doesn't make any sense to me. If she wants to join, and she's in.
Sounds like...
That's a yes, says Cal from the back.
You're on Team Stexa!
And I'm stuck in all this mess too, okay? Whether I liked it or not. But I'm not joining you. I am staying with Team Stexa over there.
You don't have to prove yourself, Cal. At the end of the day, Team Stexa is part of us.
Still can't believe Damien's dating her. Oh my god.
Okay, now you went too far. Never mind. I was defending you. Now you can go about your business.
All right, so is that 3 yeses?
I believe it's 2.
Who
The
didn't
final
say
vote.
yes?
As far as I know, you haven't.
Well, what would BB want?
No. I want to hear what Brack has to say. Whatever you are, whatever this is.
That's what he's thinking.
I know, but I want to hear what Brack has to say. And if it has to wait till tomorrow, that's fine. I'd rather hear it from his own mouth.
You might be surprised at that result.
Doesn't matter.
That's fine.
It does need to be him that does it, though. It can't be Kay.
It needs to be him.
I mean, the thing about Kay is that he does what's best for Brack in most circumstances.
And I believe in that. I genuinely, that's not what I elected. I didn't elect Kay. You know, we didn't come to a consensus for Kay. We came to a consensus for Brack. We need Brack.
Well, then, hypothetically, what would be your vote, Kay?
Bring her.
Why? I'm curious, Kay. What's your reasoning?
On the 2nd floor, even though he hasn't spoken to you that much, Brack was pretty fond of you. And BB don't necessarily get fond with too many people. You allowed him to be himself when you were around, and he liked the fire that you had. And you didn't take any shit from our good old buddy old boy over there. Right, Jong?
Get to the point, Kay.
Pretty much, you can help with keeping a lot of people on this team in check, and you can handle yourself. I know BB will want to bring you along.
All right. Thanks, Kay. She smiles. Oh, thanks.
Looks like the projections are in. All right, and we're seeing a possible Shion in the team recall in the header today in the news.
She rolls her eyes. And then she turns to Seoyoung. Seoyoung, no. We always knew this is where you really belonged, Shion. You were invaluable to Team Blessing while you were here. I know we couldn't have gotten this far without you. But you gave us the strength that we needed. You taught me so many lessons. And now I need to stand on my own 2 feet. I've learned a lot these past few days. This isn't goodbye. I have Leaf and Astrid. I have Sif and Jason. We'll probably meet more friends along the way. Shion. And he grabs your hand. Truly, thank you for the time you spent with us. Shion's eyes get a little watery. Yeah, of course. You better take care of yourself, all right? And make sure, and she just starts like going on, make sure like all the organizational stuff and team blessing. She goes on and on and on. He's just like nodding. Then Hugo, he gets up. He walks towards all of you. He's kind of off by himself. I have no right to ask this. And then he just bows. May I climb with you too? Even if only for a little while.
Well, this is most certainly a surprise.
What the hell is going on today?
Kay walks over to Hugo as he's bowing. I said bowing. He pats him on the shoulder, taps both of his shoulders as he got him up, and he brings in like a big hug with him.
He's just like confused. He just like lets you hug him. Is this normal? He looks around.
He just goes, shh. Okay. BB wanted to do that when you were in the labyrinth and you all survived. You should have let me handle it, but I just did that for his sake. For the most part, I would love it.
Isn't Brack not going to remember that? I mean, didn't
he
you just
won't.
kind of hug him for your sake then?
That's the point. That's the point. He locked me away.
I mean,
I'll never forget it.
If you wanted to hug Hugo, I mean, that would have been fine.
No. What? See, hear me out. Hear me out, Damien.
Guys, Hugo asked a question. Aren't we getting just a little off track here?
Right.
Jong?
Of course.
But
Okay.
yeah. Hugo, on behalf of BB, I would love it if you came along. It would be a nice surprise for him to see once he wakes up. In the end, I get the last laugh.
Well, I will offer you the same 3 questions I gave Shion.
Well, hold on. He looks at Eden. He bows again. I know I have no right to ask this. You're going through a lot. You hardly know me. If you say you don't want me on your team, I won't join. But before you answer, just know that I heard everything that man said. Everything. And I'm still asking this. I want you to choose.
And I refuse. Go through the democratic process of the team.
May I know your vote?
John, what is your vote?
I voted first last time. I'll vote last this time.
Well, since we're going in descending order this time, since I voted last time, I voted first this time. Damien, how about you?
You know the dangers of joining Team Recall, right? We may get a lot of the fame and glory, but it's none of the glamour.
I don't want glamour.
Well, are you aware of what we face? The dangers? We're constantly being tested. Although, I guess, isn't that always the case? But even more so us.
Every team I've climbed with, they've just seen me as their fishermen. They look at my hammer, they look at my body, and they say they want me on their team. But is it selfish that I want what you all have? Even if just a taste?
And what exactly do we have that's so great?
I'm not really sure. I just know that if I travel with you, I won't regret it.
And if you encounter Sarah again, that won't be a problem?
No. She's not a part of my life. I made a mistake, and I just have to learn to accept that.
I see. And lastly, if I said no right now, how would that make you feel?
I wouldn't blame you at all.
Tricky, tricky. Well, you really want this, right?
I suppose so.
I suppose so. You don't say I suppose so when you really want something. You say, yes, absolutely. I want it. You take it.
Yes, absolutely, I want it, I guess.
Well, it's not as spirited as I would have liked, but
And
I
Damien,
suppose
Kay
I'm
put
convinced.
Behind Damien, Kay does like the whole cry. You gotta cry. Like, cry. Milk it. Milk.
From your diaphragm.
Yes, I want it. He starts doing like a hand motion. Is that like a simple one?
Oh my god, I can't work with these amateurs.
Well, I suppose I'm like the easy judge. I will say yes. But you may come to regret it.
If I do, it was my... Okay. Who's next?
Next up will actually be John. No, Woo. Woo?
Woo, are you there?
You did my bad.
Oh, you're
I
good.
said no. It's John for sure. John got me.
Okay. So, like, Jong is next?
Couldn't remember which
Who
one
could
was.
do? John could do better. John could do anything better than Woo. No, he can't. Yes, he can. Yes, he can. Yeah. That's it.
Okay.
My answer is yes.
He kind of narrows his eyes at you. Why?
Same exact answer I gave Shion. You're an adult, capable of making your own decisions, and walking away from this team doesn't technically put you in any less danger than if you were on it. If you want to be here, that's your decision.
Wait, so by that logic, calls Cal, you would let me join your team?
No, because you're annoying.
Okay.
I would let you join, Cal.
I don't want to join. I just, if in the hypothetical that I...
Yo, Cal, you're welcome. You're welcome.
No, I'm staying with Team Stexa.
I know, but I'm just saying, if your boss decides to join with us.
Oh, that
You're
is
welcome.
not happening. She's on our team. Yeah, she's on our team.
Yeah, but what if she takes over our team and then you have to like decide what are you gonna do? You're gonna leave? No, you're gonna come.
Hey, Woo, stop talking. Hush.
All right, Woo. Next up is you.
I said what I said, and I meant it in like earnest. So
About like Jong making the decision for you.
yeah,
Okay.
In actuality, Wu is in a place right now where it's very much in the air. He has no like footing, and he's very much relying on the people that he trusts to make a decision for him. What Hugo said doesn't make it any easier; just makes it harder right now. So
And lastly, because all votes count, the main lady of the hour, Eden. What do you say, leader? What's your vote?
No.
And there you have it. 4-1.
Then I shouldn't climb with all of you. I'll only bring unnecessary tension. I'll climb on my own.
It's not how that works.
You don't want me here, right? Why should I stay?
Do you not understand how democracy works?
Hugo. When Eden says no, it's not because she hates you. She looks at you, Eden. It's complicated, all right? Now, I'm a member of Team Recall now too, right? Don't I get a vote?
Thought you wanted to wait for Brack to wake up.
You... okay, I thought we'd move past that you represented Brack, but...
She is a member
okay.
of Team Recall. Shion, what's your vote?
What's your vote, Shion?
Welcome to the team, Hugo.
There you have it.
5-1. Splendid.
Thank you. I won't let you. I won't let you. Okay. And then he just like goes back to his bed off in the corner.
And there we have it. Do we have any more team business we wish to discuss?
You all realize that it is pretty late. I'm gonna say like 9, but for all of you, you're obviously exhausted from the day.
Yeah. One thing. I want Kay to meet with Eden.
Okay.
If it's okay with you, Hannah.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Well, that concludes our business for the day, and we shall reconvene tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone. And I sneakily go to the top bunk of the bed that me and Cal took.
All right, everybody, have a good... Demon, get down from that! That's my bunk! That's my top!
No.
There's another bunk bed over there! You're free reign to yours!
Fine.
I called it! I called it while...
Here, I'll put your stuff down.
No!
okay, I would say Wu just leaves.
Okay, Wu leaves. Okay.
He leaves for the night. Yeah.
Sure. So, Kay, what do you do?
Okay, hey, Eden, you mind if we talk?
Sure, Kay, what's up?
Come over here. I don't want everybody else to hear it. And heads outside the main the door that leads into the room and talks in front of the door. I don't fully have the handle on this dreamer ability that BB has, but I get the sense it gave you something.
It did.
What did you see?
potentially your origins. I saw a Lopobia gate. I saw Brack holding a dead woman. And he was...
So it really gave you that memory, huh?
Yeah. There's a lot of loss on this team.
Yeah. The conversation that I had with, or that we all had with Tyrseth, it's a little bit more complicated when I go with the losers and takers philosophy. Brack was a loser. He didn't only just lose Mar and the village of Ohm. Just between you and me, so that you know, what he's looking for is gone. Cain and Kilt are dead. That was his first loss. It's just it all built up. Yeah. He's looking for them because his mind split. I'm not the first personality that he created. I'm just the one that blends everything together.
I knew that. That's fine.
How many more does he have?
He has one more. He has green eyes.
Green eyes.
Just think about where the harpoon came from. You should be able to figure it out.
Okay. What do I need to do when Brack comes back? He'll need help.
He will, but the main thing is, whenever either myself or the other one has the seat, we control what information gets back to him. He's the host. He's the prime.
Okay.
So, whatever he knows, don't let him know any more than that. Not until the right time comes. Which will hopefully when he gets back to floor 74 and he finds the defenders of the wave destroyed and the graves of both Cain and Kilt.
So, you don't want me to tell him anything of what Tyrseth said?
Tell him only what he needs to know. No more, no less.
What do you consider what he needs to know?
Just what you all need to do. That leaf is trapped in some void. And the best that I can do is that he got knocked out in a fight against Maggie. So just let him know that he got knocked out and you guys took care of her. But some things happened where Victor became in the vegetative state that he's in. Don't show him Victor's body. And that leaf got taken somewhere and you need to go get her.
Okay.
Any more than that, and the loser mentality that he has might cause him to fracture even more.
Can't have any more fracturing, can we?
No.
All right.
All right. Just wanted you to know that, especially since you were willing to tell Brack everything that happened with you and your family and the Pobaidus. When he lost Mar, he lost her purely because of selfishness and arrogance. And the gate that he was standing in front of in that memory of the Lopobia family. It was a specific branch that accidentally took out that village. I got revenge for him, but when he woke up, he wasn't able to handle what I did.
Okay.
All right?
Together long?
They were together for 50 years.
It's long enough.
Yeah.
You have my
But-
word. I'll take care of it.
And Kay puts a hand on Eden's shoulder. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Holds open the door for Eden to let her back into the room and follows behind her.
Okay. You rejoin the room. Most people are sort of just preparing for bed. Wu is left. You can't see that it's night outside, but exhaustion is, after all that's happening, finally kicking in. After all the words, of course, and Eden during all of this.
I'm gonna let everybody go to bed and she's gonna do something.
Once you feel like everybody is sleeping, what do you do?
She's going to retrace her steps and go back to where they put Victor. And just kind of like curl up next to him on the floor and just let out everything that had happened over the day.
Sure. Not that it matters too much, but there would have been a couple people outside the door, but they wouldn't have even batted an eye as you walked in.
Yeah. And as she sleeps, Kay, in your dream, you get a little glimpse into her nightmare.
Oh, shit.
And it's a new one. One you haven't seen or heard her talk about before. And it's a flashback from the day. But you're seeing images overlap. You're seeing her tell Victor to go. And then it's overlapped with a very different looking Eden. And a man with purple and black hair. You can tell they're in an argument. You can tell there's a lot of tension between them. You can't hear what they're saying, but both voices are raised. And you hear her yell, "Go. Just go." And it flashes back with what she told Victor. And then in a very stomach-churning way, it pulls back to Leaf and her yelling and running through the portal. And all the anger and everything, and you feel this pit of fear in your stomach. You don't know if it's you or if it was Eden. You're not sure. But then you see it overlapped with the image of a beautiful girl, shoulder-length black hair, the traditional Ha family hairpiece. And again, you can't quite tell you can't hear what's being said. But the tension and the agony is the same. You see the door slam as the portal shuts. And that's all you see.
Okie dokie. I think we're going to end the episode there. Yay! We did it! Episode 60! Let's freaking go, dude! Episode 60. What a freaking great episode.
Hey, I was muted. Hey.
Let's go! You muted David. Huge. Oh, you're muted too.
Oh, don't tell muted. I'm just like listening to like Hannah like let me contemplate my whole existence, and then I was like, okay, then everything's fine. Everything's okay.
You gotta tell yourself that. Yeah. Because that was rough. That was
If Hannah wasn't here, I wouldn't feel okay. That helped. That definitely helped.
Once again, Joe, you did so much talking. I do not envy you.
No, it's not. Honestly,
it's almost like he's a voice actor and a streamer or something.
Yeah.
Like he
It's
talks
almost
like
like he's a professional.
Okay,
You know?
stop.
It's
No,
kinda
stop.
wild.
That's,
true,
stop
it's
it.
true.
Yeah.
Okay,
More compliments.
okay.
More
Thank you,
compliments.
Joe. Thank you, Joe. I will accept voice actor. I am not a professional streamer. That is a lie. Every time I
Yes,
stream,
yes.
I'm like, what am I
No, but
doing?
you're a professional voice actor, though.
I guess.
If you get paid for it, you're a professional.
What do you mean you guess?
Thank you.
That man said I guess.
Oh, thank you. Okay, let's move on. I appreciate that, though. Thank you to all these amazing players for all the amazing work they always do. Guys, go shower them with some love and support. If you haven't already, what are you doing? Like, their links are down below, and they're all just super awesome.
Right. I offer the reverse. If I see any Damien praise in the Discord, I am going to be very upset. It will ruin my day.
Don't. Okay.
As a matter of fact,
I'm just kidding.
no, praise him because he deserves it.
Yeah.
Don't back down from that. But
True.
let's not talk about this too. Let's do some fun shit, guys. Like let's just talk about something that has nothing to do with this because it's really starting to hurt my heart and soul.
Go into the Towers and Gods chat and just not talk about anything.
Yeah,
Just
let's
talk
some
about
random shit.
Yeah, you know.
How are you guys doing? What's going
So
on?
Tower of God's coming back. Am I right? Hey, yeah, let's go.
That's true. It is coming
It is,
back.
which is crazy. Yeah.
Let's go.
That's
Come
insane.
forth, emblem of suffering.
You're back at it.
Summoning Dr. Bonehead.
Okay, so slow down.
No. Real talk though, Joe. It was a fire episode. You did very well.
Well, thank you. You all, I mean, it's a collaborative effort here. I appreciate that, though. Yeah. I'm glad that it went well. It was super great. This was a big one. I mean, all of these have been big ones. So thank you to the viewers. I'd love to hear the discussion. Love to see what you all thought about everything that's happening. You know, plenty more episodes of the series to come, and I can happily say that, well, happy for some. Next episode will be the last episode of the workshop battle. Hey! Woo!
Hey!
The longest arc of the series.
Can you do me a favor? And this is gonna hurt some people in their fucking soul, but
Yeah.
like, can you just say in Oreo's voice?
It's the end of the workshop battle.
Next episode is the last episode of the workshop battle.
Until Workshop Battle Season 2.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
We're not
Electric
signing up for
Boogaloo.
that.
You're just on the 30th floor forever.
Yeah. You're never leaving. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Alrighty, y'all. Have a great night. Thanks for watching again, and we'll see you next week. Bye, everyone.
Good night.
Farewell.
Take care. And then I hit stop streaming.